What's going on, everybody? Tuesday night here on TCH Live, and you know what that means. It's time for the usual high stakes or mid stakes coming out of TCH Dallas. I'm Aaron McAvoy, and hanging out with me over there in the Dallas bunker is Mr. Eric Van Loosen. What's going on, my friend?
What's going on, Money McAvoy? How you doing?
I'm doing quite good. I'm happy to be here and looking forward to this fun lineup that we've got put together this evening. Of course, we've got Corey Eyring here on the felt in the 2-seat there with the camera and everything set up. He's going to be blasting away trying to win some money. And we got a couple of guys from the OnTilt group as well. We got Nick and Eric, as well as some other local players as well. Perhaps some of these guys you'll be a little bit more familiar with than me, but definitely do recognize Izzy over there in the 8-seat.
Yeah, exciting lineup here. I know these guys were excited to get on the TCH Live Dallas stream. Wanted to set up a couple of streams with us. So it's going to be a fun night, and it's listed as a 2-5 game, but I know it's going to play pretty big and get some juicy action for sure.
Heck yeah. So 2-5 starting stack's going to be 1,000 max, and then I presume match the stack after that, or perhaps not. We shall see. OnTilt Nick here, it looks like is going to short stack it and come in for $200 as we're going to do a what, a $50 flip to get started? Is that what I saw? Okay.
Looks like it, yeah.
Oh my God, monkey dead. Jack 5. It's between you two, obviously.
All right, so starting off a $50 flip, a quarter of OnTilt Nick's stack already in the middle, trying to win and chip up on the very first flip here. As we are going to see it run out King. There are clubs out there, so the 10 high clubs currently working. We're going to need King and a friend, 5 and a friend, but it doesn't look like that's going to come through. So the 10-7 of clubs is going to go ahead and make a flush.
Yeah, there we go. And joining us in the chat is Mr. Asit, who is in the seat 5. Got to meet with him. He is here from India. How cool is that, Aaron? He's a fan of the stream and travels and plays poker, and got to meet him last night, and he's excited to be on the stream.
Dude, fantastic. It is always so cool to have people watching us from, not just around the country here in the United States, but around the world. And it's even more awesome when someone from abroad gets to come and hang out with us, play on the stream, and show us what they got as far as the poker game from just the international sort of aspect of that is just so cool. So welcome to the stream, welcome to the chat. Looking forward to watching you mix it up in there. See you.
Holy shit.
All right, OnTilt Nick here is all in for his $150, and I guess that is the strategy when you come in on the short stack is try to just get it all in and spin it up real quick. It's also got a relatively enormous pile of white chips over there.
Yeah, the 200 white chips added to the stack was a little odd to start the night. But
not going to be a good run out here. That is actually a king on the end. Does give Nick a pair, but it's not good enough to beat Izzy, and he is going to stack himself right off the bat. And yeah, so we should go ahead and mention that that this game was played last night and was pre-recorded. So we are sort of watching it in real time with you guys. And these guys are all playing another game at this very moment. They're in Dallas tonight that we will then air to you guys next week. So had a couple of back-to-back games, couldn't fit smash it all into one night. So of course we're doing back-to-backers, and we'll do this Tuesday evening and the following. So really looking forward to it. We'll get to see the dynamic of these players sort of play out over 2 sessions, which should be pretty cool.
Absolutely, yeah. I was here last night playing, getting my butt kicked in, but had a good time playing last night. We had another charity event for another fallen coworker, unfortunately, but really cool charity event last night, and got to hear these guys getting all excited up on the stage. So I think I kind of know a couple people that may have won or lost last night, but we're watching it right now with you guys live, even though it was played last night. So we're watching it with you guys and commentating, because we don't know what's going to go down. So it's going to be fun for all of us tonight. And looky here, we've already got some all-in action with some pretty mediocre hands.
We sure do. And speaking of the fact that this was pre-recorded, please no spoilers in the chat on any of the hands, or just since we're all kind of watching this together, if you do have any information ahead of time, please just keep that to yourself, so that we can all have the excitement of the real-time action here, as it's going to come pretty dusty here for the King 5 until the turn. OnTilt Nick drilling the 5, and then another one to go runner bottom boat. Let's go.
And just like that, he's joining us in the chat. OnTilt Poker says, "What's up, y'all? Hope you enjoy our antics. Always got to watch the OnTilt boys playing on another stream from another city earlier today. Actually, I was just kind of goofing off, and love watching those guys. They definitely bring the action to the table, and see the big smile on Nick's face there. Always fun to be around. So we're excited to watch it all unfold tonight, and then hopefully get another round of it for next week.
Yeah, very cool stuff. And I'm already feeling just the OCD sort of itching on my neck, the way that Corey has stacked his chips.
It's killing me too. I see some greens hiding in there.
I mean, it's red, green, and white just fully integrated together. Like, I am baffled.
I can't wait for the first time somebody says, "I'm going to need a count."
Yeah, that's going to be horrifying.
It is.
We will cross that bridge when we reach it, as I'm sure at some point all of those chips will indeed end up in the middle, as that is Corey's MO, I believe. But as of right now, it is going to be the $40 straddle called in 2 spots. Corey checking his option, and here we go, 3 players to a flop.
That is the lovely Miss Tika there doing her thing in the box.
Checks around, by the way. Sorry, checks around. I apologize.
Jack high flop, 2-tone, checks through, and the 3 of hearts on the turn changes nothing. So we're going to check through once more. It's a 9 of diamonds on the end, and ace 8 high is going to play. And Corey will take this one down at showdown after checking through all 3 streets. No one interested in taking a stab there.
I'm remembering Aaron when I looked that young. Corey just, man, got a whole crazy life ahead of him, man. He's fun to watch too. If you guys are interested, Corey is on the social medias, does a lot of really cool shorts and reels and a lot of shenanigans. So he's been on a lot of streams, and just like the OnTilt guys there, you got OnTilt Nick and OnTilt Eric over there in the 6th seat.
45, I'm sorry. 45 it is. 2.2, we're in tournament mode. All in?
All right, these players have very clearly come to gamble, as a single open to 45 enough for Mo to stuff it in there for about 750. Just the 18x jam or whatever that is. But OnTilt Nick is going to call it off after opening the ace deuce under the gun. And all right, I guess we're in just pure gamble stack building mode, as Mo here going to flop the best of it. Top pair jack kicking.
Running ducks.
Oh, the deuce is loose. Wow.
Mo here still
Oh!
drawing live, and that is one of the cards that can bail
The
him out.
counterfeit. The pot was 969. Guess it makes sense. Got to have a 9 from the space fall right on the river.
Yeah, and OnTilt Nick here, who was sort of very fortunate to double up on that last hand, is back down to the felt and going to need to reload once again. Sporting some serious 3-coin gear here. Got a couple of hats going on. Looks like maybe no T-shirts or anything, but always the local spot for the 3-coin gear.
Yeah, I know they just got back from California. I think recently played on some streams out there and had a blast. So that was pretty fun, and I'm sure Randy will be back. But he's always here with us in spirit and in the clothing line on our stream.
25. Raise 25.
All right, more short stacking out of OnTilt Nick, and he's going to raise to 25. The ace 8-0. A seat going to go ahead and make the call, and everyone else is out of there. So
200.
pretty decent spot here, all things considered, for OnTilt Nick if you can find a pair.
That's yours.
Here comes the chips from across the table. Izzy bankrolling OnTilt Nick for this hand.
Check.
Checky flop. 5 still ahead through the turn and the river.
Ace high.
And
5.
continuing to check down is OnTilt Nick here with the ace high, and he won't win.
Yeah, when I got to talk to a seat last night, you know, really cool. Like I said, that he was a fan of the stream and was excited to, you know, get to meet some little old commentator like myself. But he's been able to play in some other areas and run into some former streamers. He was playing recently with German Moneymaker in Cambodia. So they've,
Wow.
you know, crossed paths out there in the poker world, and you know, he made his way here to Dallas and was excited to get an opportunity to play on the stream. So just such a cool story to hear from him, and he was, you know, lit up with excitement to have gotten the chance to play. So we're pulling for him here and hoping to see some good action from him. And I don't know how long he's going to be in town, but you're always welcome, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And anyone else who's out there, you know, watching from the comfort of their own home, always welcome to come and join us here on the felt at any of our Texas locations. You can find the forms, you know, periodically being posted there in the chat for you to sort of fill out and let us know where you'd like to play. We've got live streams out of Austin, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, and of course here in Dallas. We can go ahead and put up Mallory's information on the screen here after the hand. She's the one to reach out to if you'd like to play here on Tuesdays out of Dallas. 3 players going to see the turn. Queen of Diamonds pairing the top card. John here with effective second pair.
25's a bit.
Well, just excuse me, with second pair, and the queen's on board. Corey on third pair, and Izzy with the best of it, pocket 5s.
575. Heads up.
Ooh, wow. The rich get richer here. Izzy goes from the best of it to way the best of it. Just going to find 5s full of queens on the end. John here going to check it over, just trying to get to showdown. Izzy will not let that happen. And it'll be interesting to see if John finds the call. I mean, he does have the 3 of diamonds, which sort of interacts with the queen of diamonds on the turn and 5 of diamonds, you know, sort of coming off on the end. But really just has to kind of ask himself, you know, what does Izzy have that would be bluffing here? And yeah, it's a big chunky bet, 270. And John able to get away from it without any further damage. Perhaps just a little too large there from Izzy to get a hero call out of his opponent, but does make sense to go for it all when you river a boat like that. Absolutely, I see. We'll look forward to seeing you back in the TCH streets. And yeah, are you going anywhere else here? You know, in the Texas area? Are you touring the country, or what are your plans around here?
I love it. He's even chiming in with the AA Ron money bags. Kid's got a reputation. Let's go, Aaron.
It's a good reputation. It's a good nickname. I'll be happy to continue to keep that one alive.
Oh yeah, about to run it up in Vegas, baby.
Let's hope so.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, wow, spicy 3-bet here. Mo taking it up to 100 with 2 black 4s.
Too much. I gotta see results before I invest.
OnTilt Nick gonna find himself a hand worthy of a jam, and he's gonna stuff it in there to the tune of 175.
175 is the bag.
OnTilt Eric here with the king queen suited, gonna go ahead and let this go. Didn't like the fact that he got 3-bet next to act. Mo says he needs a 4, but truth be told, he just needs to fade the turn and the river here. So far, so good.
Opportunities.
Interesting. Jack high.
No, the 8 would actually give OnTilt Nick the jack high straight.
It would. No opportunities.
The 10 on the end is good for Mo with the 4s, and OnTilt Nick once again down to the tilt. And I mean, this is not unusual when you try this short stack all-in strategy, but so far the king 5, sort of one of the worst hands he's jammed, is the only one he's doubled up with.
Playing a little Russian roulette, one bullet at a time.
Yeah.
Squeeze that trigger.
And I did see him have a chip runner come and give him about $1,000 worth, though. So he's ready to rock and roll over there. Just keep seeing him come out a couple at a time.
He's in for 125. Love it. He's got the 1,000 in his hand.
Wait, he's allowed to buy in that short?
What's the minimum?
I think it's
2.
200.
It's going to be 200, I'm sure. Yeah.
The minimum buy-in is 200.
I'm in for $32.
Okay.
It was pretty funny. I was playing here in Austin just a little 1-2 game before the stream started, and one player in a bomb pot got stacked, but had $3 left. And of course, you know, the singles don't play in the bomb pot, so he's, you know, at the table. He's got $3. He puts it all in, and of course, you know, it's like 6 other people like try to call or whatever, and then whatever. The hand up ends up going to showdown at the very end, and he ends up winning $20 or whatever it was with his flopped trips. He then doubles up the next hand with flopped trips again, and like way more than doubles up. He went from $3 to 20 to like 80 or $90 or something just in 2 hands. So, you know, you can spin up the dust sometimes.
Spin it up.
You said 350? Raise to 350.
Sassy joining the chat. What's going on, Sassy?
All right, very cool to see. Well, I hope you enjoy your time there in Dallas, and yeah, and the other room, the Las Colinas location, of course, there in Dallas with the restaurant, the bar. Such very cool environment there, and very much looking forward to the new location opening down here in Austin in the sort of July timeframe, as we will have a sort of similar vibe to Las Colinas, I believe. At least from what I'm led to understand. Mo here really getting after it, going for the 4-bet with the 8 Dewey. Is he going to stuff it all in with 2 6s?
How big is your pair?
I don't have a pair.
One time. Always one.
And Mo calls it off with 8 deuce.
Oh my gosh.
He needs to hit an 8. And that is a board very disconnected. Something. Oh my good lord. Okay. A 9 would have somehow done it. But
6 is full again.
Oh my god.
Izzy living on that river, but he was good as is.
How much?
wow.
That might be the first for us, Aaron. The calling off 1K plus with the 8 deuce offsuit.
I do think that's the first time I've seen someone do it like with their cards being known.
Right.
I've seen some like super bad, like I think someone was all in blind with 7 deuce. Like I think I have seen that before, but it was because it was blind. And it was, you know, just kind of like, you know, whatever these 2 cards, I don't really care. But that is a pretty extraordinary hand that we just witnessed right there for sure. The 8 deuce off, not really going to make it into too many calling ranges, I dare say. But Mo, he's here to gamble. And Izzy is here to enjoy the proceeds.
Absolutely.
Okay. You added on 1800? Okay. C3? Okay.
Shout out to Matthew, former chat professional and ice cream man, for having the longest name we've seen in chat so far.
And then seat 7.
Jump back in the chat pro world, my friend. We're glad you're on.
And C2's adding 1,000?
Taking this off, replacing it.
Yes.
Huh?
Taking this off, replacing it.
You gonna replace it? Okay.
Make it red this time.
The button's right in C3.
Look prettier.
Actually,
Christmassy.
you're onto something here.
Sorry.
You were once my favorite. He said
Happens
if
to
you
me
can't
all
beat
the
him, might
time.
as well join him.
Happens to me all the time.
You recognize seat 1 there, Aaron, from previous streams? He's going by John tonight, but I believe it's Uman.
Yeah.
Gonna come in, folks.
Yeah, no, he's a familiar player for sure. And yeah, I mean, I recognize a couple of these guys. Izzy, I think, of course,
Well, I'm saying you already added the 1,000 back.
Yeah.
the player that I recognize the most from these guys. But yeah,
That's a call. He didn't say
a lot of sort of local players. So fun lineup we got here. That is for sure. And wait a minute, is OnTilt Nick actually putting all those chips on the felt?
Looks like it.
Thank you.
What's going on, Jedi?
I like the glasses. 45 is there.
It's not a bad problem.
Ooh, what a flop here.
You got no black. Yeah, give me black. Yeah, he's some black. It's easier to go than I got you.
Yeah, definitely spicy here for a seat. He's got top pair and the flush draw is currently outkicked on flop and through the turn.
75 is there.
50-50. Yeah. Could have easily folded through flop.
About 75.
Gonna bet 75. Quick call from OnTilt Eric, and the river bricks out. So king kicking. Gonna bring this one home if we get to showdown. A seat slows it down with a check, and Eric here gonna go for some astute thin river value and gets paid off. 10 with the king is good.
You know, they have it on. So you're right. Just go like that. But they say like fold this down for like 5 seconds. When it goes off.
Nick has a handbook. That's pretty good.
Listen, you
Adding
don't
a
have
pound.
to do it now, like, it's like,
Adding a
you
pound.
don't have to do
Okay,
it.
C5 added on 1,000.
Yeah, I do know we will be getting a player in the seat 9 here shortly, so look forward to having a full table, but we're going to rock it with 8 players for the time being. A couple guys we haven't heard much from so far.
Yeah, Ace Poker hasn't played a hand yet. He's just watched a bunch of all-ins to his immediate left, and he's like,
Exactly.
well, or excuse me, his immediate right, and just, you know, pretty much has to play his hands very honestly.
Through 11 hands, yeah, just having to
40,
toss in those dusty hands.
calls 40, fold,
All right, here we are going to get not just Ace Poker playing a hand from the button, but he's going to let his neighbors sweat the hand. I was like, wait, who's actually in the hand? But it was just the cards being sweat by his neighbors. Got a full Robbie flop here. The Jack-4, Jack. And nobody connecting. Ace high, still best. Queen-8 of clubs picks up a gut shot straight flush draw here. John, though, does not continue barreling it and goes for the bet check bet line for 150. And yeah, a seat backing into the top pair. Going to have an easy call. And yeah, had John decided to bet the turn, which I think, you know, would have made a lot of sense there, picking up that additional equity, being out, being in position there. Could just take that one down a lot of the time, but opponent gets fortunate on the river.
He never showed up.
We got an empty seat.
You added 1,000?
And there we go, Eric, as you mentioned, we got German Moneymaker in the chat.
Small, big,
Heck yeah. What's going on, Chris? Glad you're in the chat, bud.
20.
Hope you're enjoying your travels and gonna come see us in the States here sometime this summer. Better come soon though. It's not quite super hot yet.
Race of 50, fold. Folds. What's his thing? Flash of red.
Yeah, but it's definitely getting there. Every time I go outside now just to get into my car, I'm already dripping sweat. And that is not my favorite thing about living in this part of the country, but we persevere.
You're used to that dry heat.
Man, well, unfortunately, now that I've been here for over 5 years, I'm starting to get used to the wet heat that we've got. Of course, I much prefer the dry heat.
Of course.
But, yeah, this is what we're working with. Some potentials for misread here, as OnTilt Nick has a mystery card, and John seemingly defending his blind with the Queen-4 off. From what we can see here, OnTilt Eric has the best of it with the pocket eights, and he is going to bet just about the pot here. Excuse me, raise it up to just about the pot, as OnTilt Nick had actually put out the initial wager. Heads up now to the turn, 3 of diamonds. Battle of the OnTilt boys, and Eric will check it out of position. Nick will check it back, and there is an overcard now on the river.
That's also going to the family.
What time is the raffle then?
Jay,
what time does the raffle go off?
6 is the bet. What time is the raffle?
No, what time does the raffle go off?
600.
The raffle.
600, huge bet here on the end. Eric makes the call, and it looks like it's Queen Jack for river top pair. Ooh, that feels pretty dirty if you have the eights. Yeah, the tricky thing there is not betting the turn sort of allows them to see that card for free, but what are you going to do in that spot?
Yep.
No, what's the raffle ticket?
No, it's $20.
A little bit of on-tilt cannibalism there, as
Absolutely.
Nick's going to go ahead and consume some chips from his table mate.
No, there's no tournament though, right?
No, but it's just a raffle. They just
Yeah. What time does the raffle go off, I was saying?
They're talking right now about the tournament that we did last night for Aaron Johnson, the poker dealer here and friend of ours that passed away. They raised quite a bit of money last night. They did another $100 buy-in tournament with all of the house fees going to his family, and then there was a drop box where you could drop money in. A lot of people just came by and just dropped off some chips in there, and then there was a raffle as well, one of those 50-50 drawings, and raised quite a bit of money for his family. So obviously sad to see our friend go, but we're definitely going to do our part to take care of his family. That's the cool thing about TCH. So thank you to everybody who was here last night and who joined in.
Yeah, that's a very cool thing, and yeah, just gotta stick together as a community through things like that, because you know we are still just human beings, and our time will come for all of us.
Amen.
All in.
Sad to see when they have a family gets left behind like that. OnTilt Eric here going to stuff it in after an open to 85 and a call in between.
And they want to give you money or give whoever money.
I'll take the cash and player cards.
We need a player.
Thank you.
Valerie, sheet open for tomorrow. Sheet open.
So OnTilt Eric here, perhaps on tilt after that last hand getting rivered. He's like, oh, I've got an ace, so just stuff it for infinite.
Does anybody else want to do it? Sorry, I thought a few people had put them.
Is he really thinking about this one? He's like, what kind of hand would you just rip it all in with? And I mean, there's certainly some underpairs, some pocket nines, some pocket eights, you know, things of that nature. It makes a lot of sense. King Queen isn't doing terribly against them, but you just really doubt that King Queen is ever ahead. So fold makes sense. And Eric is going to show the 6.
Shows the 6 ball.
All right. Nice play.
How much is it?
And Izzy sort of, you know, shaking his head a little bit. I mean, had he made the call, he, you know, would have been a dog.
What is it? What's the? How
Would have
much?
been a pretty even race.
How much is it? How much? Okay, give me 2 of them.
And your player's card?
There's got to be cash. Keep
I
it.
imagine the OnTilt boys in Cambodia or Thailand or any of those cities over there, y'all could get some great content if you guys made a trip out to
Oh wow, they're not gonna.
Asia and
Give me one.
got your gamble on. So that would be fun for all of us who pay attention to you guys on the socials to tune in.
Raise 40. Fold.
I'm rooting for it.
Sorry, Derek. I didn't know who to call. I didn't know if it was a chip runner. Yeah. Calls 40. Folds.
Thank you, boss. Appreciate it.
Raise to 150. Folds.
All right, John here, 3-betting out of the big blind with the 10-4 suited,
We're live.
attacking the
Do it. Call. Call 150.
open and the call.
Present yourself.
Both players make the call, and man, again, we are just completely gambling here. Queen 7 of diamonds against the 2 red ducks, and then the 10-4 of clubs. And what a flop for 10-4 of clubs.
My father watches it.
Fortunately, neither opponent has any piece of this, and is going to have a tough time continuing, at least based on
300
sort of
is
traditional thought processes.
No, I watched the prices right. Still.
That's a morning thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the more. That's way too
Fold.
early. That was back in
And
the day.
let's make a deal.
We're waiting.
Let's make a deal. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Sure enough, both players folding to the continuation for 300. John going to take that one down.
What do you want to flop when you play the 10-4? How about 10-4?
It does feel
10-4.
really good when you sort of get a little bit spicy and are rewarded for it. But I would say most of the time, if you're doing it consistently, you're going to do stuff like that and see, you know, the King, Queen, 7 flop. And you're like, cool, 10-4 is great here, right? Yeah. River Rat, all caps, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream.
What's going on?
And welcome to everyone else who's tuning in for this Tuesday evening broadcast on TCH Live. If you are not already a member of the channel, go ahead and hit subscribe for us. While you're there, consider hitting the like button and come back and hang out with us in the future. We've got live stream poker content for you guys free all throughout the week.
Check, check. Check. Check.
Top pair no kicker here for ace poker. Checks through flop and turn. Here we are on the river.
Bet 75.
Be a bet of 75 and a quick fold.
Nice road.
Shows the 4, which is just best hand all the way down.
Absolutely.
$10 try, guys.
Yeah, that is the fun part about playing on a live stream, is that you get to go back and, you know, kind of watch some of the hands. You get to see if you got bluffed out or if your opponent just always had it or whatever, right? So it's a nice little thing to be able to go back and watch, which I think adds a lot of appeal. You know, I mean, that's why you get a lot of people wanting to play on the live streams, not just for other people getting to watch them, but being able to go back and sort of critique yourself.
8-3-3.
And sort of surprisingly, this is one of our first multi-way pots. We've mostly seen it get isolated down to 2, maybe 3 players. 5 players going to see this flop of 7 deuce.
25.
Yeah, since that board connects with no one, whoever bets wins, and that man is Izzy. So, I mean, we've got 8 players here, and, you know, we're, whatever, 40 minutes into the stream. I guess we're just playing 8-handed here for the show.
Yeah, I think one of our favorites, Mr. Mediocre Poker, Mr. Not Mark, will be on in just a little bit. Excited to see him because he always brings the action and some noise. Mark's noise is always fun in the room.
All right, well, we've got something to look forward to here then.
The TCH is going to match whatever we make from the tournament. It's a great place to work, man.
That's what's up.
That was cool. They did a moment of silence last night, and
That's so cool.
Last time we had
for the most part, you couldn't even hear a chip, you know, being played with, which is really tough in a room full of, you know, degenerate gamblers, you know, playing poker, all talking, and they did a cool moment of silence for Aaron there, and that's why everybody was just clapping there, including these guys, which, you know, they were kind of quiet there for a second. So pretty cool moment.
That is cool.
That sounds like a good deal. And we're doing a charity work too at the same time.
And just like Aaron would want, we're getting back to what he loved and was passionate about, poker. That's why we're here.
game was already planned, so we didn't get to.
That's right, Mediocre Poker. You will let us know when it's time to ship
A
it.
little bit later, like a couple days from now.
We just don't know how we would.
Yeah, it's-
Small, big.
It's not easy to, like, you know,
Have
market
2
it.
different live
Yep.
stream tables, so yeah.
Yeah, you see these card protectors right here? So,
Corey's got some blacks there in front of his mountain of white, green, and red chips over there.
Raise 30.
To see if he puts those to work. He's been a little quiet here the last few hands.
Raise 100. Fold.
All right, raising a 3-bet here. Back over to Mo, who has already shown a propensity to continue with any 2 cards. 9-8 of diamonds certainly going to be good enough, and heads up to a flop we go. 2 diamonds and all spades on the flop, but it is a gut shot for Mo. Izzy here with the best hand at the moment. Checky. Jack of clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. We're still checking. Ace high is best. And will improve now to top pair. So far, we've seen most of the aggression play out pre-flop, as these players not shy about getting a lot of chips in the middle, but quite a number of check down hands with little to no showdown value. So interesting to see for sure.
like, not just 9.
Izzy does go for value on the end and does receive none from the 9 high.
And the next time I see Izzy, I'm gonna have to get his skincare regimen. He's looking good up there, man. We're gonna call him the prettiest man on the set.
It definitely is, you know, keeping a look alive there, you know? So that takes attention and detail for sure.
Absolutely.
I'm the kind of guy who gets out of the shower and sort of, you know,
I'll buy the straddle when I come
just
back.
use my hand, kind of arrange my hair a little bit and head out the door. But I think there's quite a few more products involved for Mr. Izzy.
Absolutely.
I'll defend my
Looking sharp, brother. Couple of big hands here.
And two of the deeper stacks as well. John on 1700 to start the hand. OnTilt Nick up around 2500. 4-bet does come in. Nick makes the call, and we've got 850 in the middle. Stacked pot ratio about 1.5. Comes queen high two-tone, so the pocket jack's still out in front, but John quickly checks it over and receives a quick check back. OnTilt Nick with the jack of clubs now way out in front.
250s a bet. Close.
He goes for the small value bet in
Oh.
position and is punished for it.
All in.
And wow, John wastes no time, stuffs it all in.
Dirty, dirty river there for the jacks.
Close. 15.
Nick wastes no time, thinks about it for maybe 5-6 seconds, and then puts the $1,000 out there. And this is going to be a big chunky pot, 3,400 going the way.
Yeah,
Oh, John. And I mean, this could have been the more standard, just like 4-bet, 5-bet all in, call off, whatever, and see all 5 cards. But instead, we did it sort of the slow and painful way, where John gets there on the end, donk jams into Nick, and he just makes the call.
slow and very painful, and maybe she's going to have to do a little extra rubbing over there on his back to get him feeling right again, because that one had to hurt there.
Marquise coming. That's what small speed.
All right, there we go. Mark coming in here momentarily. We're going to make a little bit of space for him.
You trying to shadow? Yeah, raise shadow 20. These at the price, but the raffle's already at 1,000. Raise 120 is the bet.
Ace Jack suited for Izzy, going to take this up to 120. Couple of callers. 3 players going to see a flop. Izzy way out in front with the Ace Jack dominating John. And it comes Jack high. There are 9s for a seat as well, who snuck in there from the button.
Check. Check.
Curious play here. Izzy going to check into the field. John checking behind and a seat on the button. Checks to him. He's got second pair. He's going to blast this for 300 with second pair. These players quite deep, but yeah, I mean, you might have gone from, you know, kind of hoping to check raise this spot to now feeling like maybe a check call. But
Yeah,
no,
it's
gonna stuff it all in.
John's thinking, God, can I make that 5 or 6 real quick?
Yeah, unfortunately, he's trying to show Corey his hand, but he kind of really opened that up.
What'd you have?
Didn't really expose the hand to a seat, but you know, with the player still left to act, you really got to be pretty careful about that. A seat does quickly let it go, and Izzy will drag the pot, but that was a pretty aggressive way to play it.
Absolutely. And was definitely a couple of, you know, the bigger stacks on our table right now that could have gotten out of hand quick.
Another shadow.
Yeah, I've definitely been in that position. Checks to me, you know, in late position. Got something like second pair, and you kind of feel like you should put a bet out there, try to just get these guys out of the way. You know, second pair are going to be vulnerable to, you know, all sorts of nasty looking turn cards. Then you're probably going to have to check back, even if your opponent only calls. And so then they're going to get to see those two cards, blah, 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 right? All of these reasons that you'd kind of love for them to fold. But, man, that is exactly what can happen. You bet big trying to just get them out of there, and then you get re-raised. And just set those chips on fire. But
That's right.
It happens.
Pre-flop aggressor just hammers you, and you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah. Yeah, that check raise always super dirty, too. Wow, the 5-4 for OnTilt Nick. Gets there immediately on the turn. Both players flopping a flush draw. Ace Poker still alive, and somehow we check again. I do not fully understand
425 of it.
how that is the case, but now OnTilt Nick gonna bomb this for over pot. And I think it showed there being like $300, $325 in the middle. I do not think there's that much in there.
Makes the call.
No, I think he gave him $5 to show him some cards.
Yeah. 25 to see one card. Yep.
It's a pretty good card for Ace Poker to see, as all of the most like rational cards to have with that 5 of diamonds is some other diamond. Oof. But it's not good enough for him to make the fold. Flicks in the call and is going to pay off an overbet on the river with just the ace of diamonds blocker. I mean, you look at this board, it checked all the way down. It does look pretty dusty.
Corey, you want to sign up together? We can chop his
Ace King high should be good some of the time, but I mean, there's been so much checking going on that no one's really defining the strength of their hand or their range, right? So you just kind of end up playing a 2-street game, and then you're just flipping a coin. You're like, does this guy have it or not? And you know, a little bit challenging, for sure.
Aaron, our OCD has been cured. Corey has not really been playing many hands and had plenty of time to take down that crazy-looking multicultural stack he had going. And
yeah,
now organized.
Has organized it into still an obscene amount of white chips stacked up over there.
Yeah, somehow Izzy has a lot of white chips too. It's not normal for our Tuesday stream to see any white chips unless they're just there for a waitress tip, but they are in play.
I love how Clayton in the chat is fixated on the quote-unquote hair massage. Not the head massage, but the hair massage. All right, 3 players to a flop. It's a pair for Eric and John. Corey completely whiffing. And wow, another 3 on the turn. John goes from total dog to way out in front. Checky, checky. How are these? I am just baffled by how we're not getting more chips in the pot, but somehow Eric checks that back, perhaps recognizing astutely that John is going to have a bunch of this small card sort of nonsense, that the 3 is actually improved. It also does put out the heart flush draw, so makes some sense, I suppose, but wow.
That's the nuts.
Nice, nice.
Yeah. It's like an elementary book. Read through it. Obviously, and you had a fucking 3 or 5. The easiest fold.
About 105 folks tuned in so far. A couple of you guys asked earlier how to get on this live stream. Specifically here in Dallas, you contact the lovely Miss Mallory. I got her info on the screen right now, and you can find the link in the chat as well. But there you can scan that QR code or reach out to her via that contact info there. And she will get you set up if you're wanting to come in and play on a Tuesday night here in Dallas. Yeah, this Tuesday night stream is normally our bigger game, a little bit more mid to high stakes than this 2-5 tonight. But we've got some of these social media influencers that reached out and really wanted to book a couple nights with us, and we were more than happy to accommodate. So feel free to reach out if you'd like to join in on this.
OnTilt Eric here, stuffing in the chips once again, this time with the Queen Jack O in the hijack. Izzy on the button. Jack 10 suited, a very pretty hand, but one of those ones where you need to be getting a really good price to commit all the chips pre-flop, because you're oftentimes going to be up against 2 overcards if you're not dominated, and that is a tough spot to be in. John does make the call with the dominating jack, and here we go. Heads up to a flop. A couple of 8s and a 5 out there. No help for Eric. Still nothing doing on the turn. Gonna need a queen and a queen only.
Deuce on the river.
That is no good. John here concerned that he's up against a pair, but ace jack high is way good.
You had us both. You had us both.
Donald Davis in the chat thinking what we're all thinking, Queen Jack off. Yeah, we've seen some funky hands getting in tonight. These boys came to gamble. And so far, getting it in with an ace is beyond good against some of these shoves.
15.
And if there wasn't enough action, we literally said the same thing, Aaron. Take it away. Take it away. Go ahead.
Oh my God! Yeah, well, we clearly need more action. We need these players to splash around more. So let's play the Nick game.
Yeah, more chips, knit buttons. What else do we need? We need Mark Wee coming in, seat 9 here in just a bit.
That is exactly what we need.
Y'all want to do a splash spot or a flip?
What are we talking about?
So like whoever loses, there's 8 of us. It's gonna be $400 they put in the middle, and we do a
Doug R. suggesting that was not gambling. That was straight up a Tom Tupa punt. That's an old school reference to Tom Tupa, one of the best punters of my generation.
Oh, the person that loses does have to put 400, but he has a fighting chance to get it back. Fuck yeah, that sounds great. I like that. Yeah, it's a twist.
Love that Jersey accent coming out, right?
It's a twist.
Yeah.
So it's like a double variance. I like that. Yeah.
You're gonna do a flip.
It's like a double variance.
So you're still gonna play the hand? It's gonna be a splash pot. They're gonna still be able to play the hand.
Are we doing like? Is it gonna? Be?
Okay, so $50 a person, and they are going to do a splash pot.
Or actually play it out.
You're gonna play it out.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right. Good. Yeah.
So that's how shit gets done.
Yeah, so whoever loses the stand-up game, the Nick game, whatever you want to call it, will have to put $400 in a regular pot, and then they'll all fight over it. So pretty spicy.
Usually y'all do it like every dealer change. Y'all have it. Like so you're playing it 3 times a night usually. So. Well, I'm sorry. You should get your phone up, babe. We got packets for that. Yeah. Listen, I don't know why they put me on. For doing this for like a year because they didn't know what I was going to say on the stream.
I love it.
Call?
Oh, just a couple of calls here.
305 is it?
There we go. The ace-8 is the one that decides to open this up to 300.
Yeah, a bit of a trap here from John, really, on the button, just calling the open to 30, but Mo, who has done this with far worse, is going to do it with jacks now. And yeah, this is not a small amount. John has a very good hand, but he's in for 30. He has $30 invested and needs to put in another 1,900. So yeah, you can just let that go.
Full call.
OnTilt Nick calls it off, and it is rewarded with
Wow.
an ace.
No, I have ace, man.
Mo needs
Oh,
to hit a
wow.
jack, and
Wow.
Ace
Wow.
8.
Better and better.
God, the ace queen would have gotten destroyed on that river. Wow.
I mean, I'm not sure if OnTilt Nick can call off if John is in there. I just don't know. But I mean,
Yeah.
maybe the pot's even bigger, and he's like, yeah, let's go for it. I have no idea, but
Yeah, I got it.
that is an incredible run out there for Nick, as he not only scoops a gigantic pot of, put it all together, going to be something like $4,100 or something. And he's also going to get rid of his knit button on the very first hand.
Absolutely. Yeah, that obviously would have played a little different had OnTilt Nick not been the one to open that to 300, but
You added 2,000?
Yes.
Mo added 2,000.
big hand nonetheless. MD joining the chat saying Corey Eyring is fun to watch or love his YouTube videos. And Richard says OnTilt Nick is fun to watch as well. Welcome to the chat, Richard.
All right, we've got an all-in button just floating out on the table. I'm sure someone will need it momentarily, but Tiki does put it back in the box.
All right. And you got rid of your raise 50.
Donald, you are exactly right. This is a very wild game. Certainly, these players have come here to try to spin something up and get after it. As it's going to be a raised 50, call in between an ace poker here with the suited little slick. Going to go ahead and squeeze it up to 250 from the small blind.
Pocket jacks. I was trapping.
Did you really?
Unlucky.
I did. Wow. I was waiting for someone to go all in.
Both. Cost 250.
John makes the call with somehow 2 overcards to his opponent's holdings. It comes 10 high, both players completely brick the board.
All in.
Ace poker just ripping it with the clean diaper.
And turns it over triumphantly, and John is like, oh man, I had you smoked with 2 overs.
Nice hit. Nice hit.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and I mean, just like that, the knit game opens the game up for Ace Poker there, who sat and watched for 11 hands as everybody else was just firing chips in the pot, and now he's getting after it.
Nice hand, Ace.
Nice hand there.
I had a garbage hand myself.
You learned that at the board got it? That was good.
I wish they play like that at Borgata.
I heard their nits over there.
It's pretty bad.
Small, big, $10 straddle, $20 restraddle.
Nobody's flying to Borgata to play.
Nope.
Unless it's a tournament.
New York's better.
$20 coming. Is the Bogota in Jersey? I used to watch the poker. I know where it was though. 40.
It's like an hour and a half. So like, I'll just drive like 15 minutes to the city.
Izzy waking up with American Airlines here. That's our first Aces sighting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players.
Somehow we don't have a bunch of all-ins, so it's going to go multi-way.
Check. Check.
Ace is far and away the best hand here. Also have the ace of clubs working.
Check.
We're checking through the button. And now it's top set on the turn for Izzy. His hand improving even more, up against a couple of gut shots now. The only hands that could really take him down.
The 4 and the 6 river.
100 is bet. Calls 100. Heads up.
OnTilt Eric, who is drawing dead, is the only player to stick around, and it's a board pairing king. Brings in the front door flush draw as well, so Izzy here could be sort of up against a lot of strong hands that he could get a lot of value from, and exactly what he wants to see is what's going to play out, as Eric here going to line up a large wager from out of position.
375 is bet.
Nearly full pot, and yeah, it really doesn't get any better than this. Someone betting into you when you have the effective nuts. And I mean, Eric has less than 1,000 behind, so an all in here is the only rational size. But Izzy will sort of take his time a little bit just to make sure that someone with a flush doesn't get too spooked by an immediate snap jam over the top of this pot size bet, right? Like, you don't want to get your opponent too spooked, so makes some sense, especially if they have something like a 9 high flush, 10 high flush, right? And then they could also be worried about a bigger flush, so takes his time, then does go all in, and doesn't really matter how much time he took there because his opponent had a pair of flush.
He didn't show his hand either, so he has to keep the knit button.
Slowly pulled him.
I had a good hand, that's why. I had a good hand. I was so
I was like, come on, Izzy, you have to show me, but I can't say anything.
No bluff, no bluff. I had a good hand.
No, I didn't have shit. You're good.
Yeah, for those of us that don't play the knit game on a daily basis, it is pretty easy to forget that you are required to show your hand to get rid of it.
Mandatory blind straddle. Blind raise, no, blind raise.
It's a blind raise,
Blind
not
raise,
shadow?
yeah. I have to punish myself.
Oh my god,
He said it's
love
not
it.
a shadow.
Gave you so much time.
I did.
I had no idea.
You didn't say shit, but everybody was looking at you.
Raise the
Totally
40.
forgot, yeah.
We have 2 blind raises.
Surprised how many times I
What
had
is
it.
happening?
It's a raise too.
Like every other stream or something.
Catching up.
Corey, who has been relatively quiet here this evening, is going to look at the King 5 of clubs and
Don't hesitate. You take it like it's normal.
let that go.
'Cause they're gonna be like,
Wow,
"What the hell
3
you doing?"
pocket pairs here.
No, I try to give you guys a
What's the action?
chance. 100.
Izzy's already been rewarded with 6s and 5s tonight. He's got pocket 4s now.
Yeah, and he made a set with both of those on the river, which is pretty wild. John gonna do the big circle where he peeks at his cards and finds a hand good enough to make the call. 3 pocket pairs to a flop. Can we get a 9-6-4? Anyone? How about just a 9?
Check. Straight back to the left.
Over there. Towards the back.
Checks around.
Checks through. Which should actually be like pretty reasonable, you know, given the way we've seen some of these hands play out prior to this. You know, makes it reasonable for John to think his hand is best. He's going to tickle the pot for 25.
Yeah. Now we're betting 25 and just snap calling.
Yeah, both Nick and Izzy make the call, and the river does not change anything, as it was not possible for the river to change anything. However, John and Izzy do see one more overcard, and it's perhaps a relevant one to scare them off. So now that Nick has kind of lied in wait in the weeds and is now suddenly going to pounce, probably for a large size, they will very likely be
400.
concerned. But what do I know? We've seen the ace high call off for 600. We've seen the 8 deuce offsuit call off over 1,000 pre-flop. I don't know. Anything's possible here.
Yeah, Izzy just wishing he could take that last hand back and spike those aces on the river here. Got the fake aces instead.
He still has John left to act behind. Like, let's assume that the pocket fours are good against on-tilt Nick. What if John has somehow backed into a pair of aces and is just hoping to make the call for a low price? But yeah, no, that's not what's happening. Izzy here does make the call. Bit of a hero call there with the fours for sure. Nick gets paid.
That was a hell of a quarter bet.
John's laughing at how well that little quarter bet worked. He's like, man, I lost the min. For sure.
Oh, it's cold over there. It's crazy.
There we go. Got the 10 and the 20 on again.
Keep the ice box over there. $10 straddle, $20 restraddle. Small bit.
30 bucks ain't bad. 30 bucks ain't bad.
No. But like I said, it's like the perfect size, so like it's not too heavy or anything.
Still waiting to get Mark's butt in that 9 seat and see a little bit more out of Corey there in the 2 seat.
Oh, do you want to look? Do you want to look? He's behind you. You want to look?
Who doesn't want to look? You know, you come back to the table in time to actually like play your hand. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look.
Fold. No, it's 50. That's 50.
Not showing no one's gonna cost you.
No, that wouldn't, girl. No. I thought I was going to be coming in and play the tournament, so it's not really
Izzy didn't want to play your favorite Aaron, the 9 Triz.
No way I'm gonna.
The 9 Triz. What is
Look at
top and bottom?
Look at the 9 Triz.
My gutter ball.
Solid hand, man.
35 today.
As it stands, the ace jack high is best. And Nick will bet it and take down the pot.
One of these days, Aaron, I'm gonna win a big pot with that. I'm gonna send you the picture. I'm gonna do it for my man.
All right, you know, just don't send me any pictures of big pots getting taken the other direction because you played the 9 trades. Okay, just so we're clear.
Because there will be no paybacks.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it's
You got yourself into that situation. The 9 triz is a fickle beast.
Yeah, Marcus coming. Blade. It's an upgrade.
All right, now Ace Poker is gonna get
This probably why I can't do this.
the professional massage.
I think I'm supposed to say that. Can y'all X that?
All right, the limp train is at the station. All aboard. And now Izzy from the big blind gonna squeeze to 150 with the 8-6 off.
Oh my gosh.
This is out of this world.
I know.
The seat tries to sort of squeak in there with the pocket fives going limp call. OnTilt Eric here stuffs it all in for 950. And a seat makes the call. He's like, no, dude, this doesn't make any sense. And he's right. And not only is he right, he's dominating his opponent. As OnTilt Eric is going to need to find a 10.
He didn't come to Dallas from India just to fold pocket fives. Let's go. See?
Yeah.
Take this shit back to India. Let's go.
That's the moral support of friends right there. Take this back to India.
Pretty clean, although there are some backdoors working.
Oh.
One of those starts to come in. Going to need a jack or a 10. And
He can't
that
think
is
he's
not gonna
good.
happen. How could you? You have pocket fives.
Oh my god.
I had nothing to do.
You gotta be kidding me, right? I mean, ace, king, queen, all out there. You even lose to jack 10, like one of the only like Broadway combinations that hasn't made a pair. And no, fives are good.
I thought I was the spot for a minute, you know, and then
Unbelievable.
Sometimes you just get a gift. Those are good feelings when it works out.
So we're down to 4 players with their knit button, Corey being one of them, who has really just not gotten involved very much. It's pretty much been
Barrels, table 20.
everyone but Corey getting involved in hands.
Southwest, where all the beaches are.
And of course, we're still waiting for Mark to make his appearance. 9 seats still beckoning.
Like McDonald's and Starbucks.
Huh?
Although they're starting.
Yeah. Oh, it's starting over there?
Yeah.
It's good. Down like 300, buddy.
Oh, what the? Yeah. I was wondering why you were sounding like plastic. I wonder why I like that.
Barrels, table 20.
Oh, Tico. There we go. Bring us some money.
He's right there.
Gotta use your outdoor voice sometimes. I mean, it happens.
Let's go.
All right, the $10 straddle is on from Corey. Got a caller from OnTilt Nick with the queens under the gun. I'm not sure if he's playing it safe, like, necessarily, but the amount of crazy action that has occurred on just about every hand has not been commensurate with the strength of his hole cards. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to just be folding to all of this aggression. OnTilt Nick going to go for the limp back raise, and Izzy is now caught hand in the cookie jar here, sort of up the creek without a paddle. 9-6-0. Really not going to be a hand you want to play from out of position, even against a guy that could be playing any 2 cards. Sure enough, he lets it go. And Nick will drag the pot. Doesn't get to play a big one with the queens there, which is, of course, what he was hoping for. And given just the crazy action we've had here, I really wouldn't have been surprised if somehow, some way, a buttload of chips made it in the middle, but not this time.
Yeah, Izzy's built quite a mound of chips over there in our 8 seat.
And because he didn't show down, the ace is full, has his knit button with 4 remaining in the game. So, yeah, that could factor in, especially if like one more of these players, say Mo, drops out or something, and down to 3, he may really start to be feeling the sort of the added stress of still being in the knit game when he could have shown down. This corner over here with 3 knit buttons all in effect. Going to lead to some pretty wild interactions. Izzy on the ace-4, facing a limp, and now a raise to 100. Looks like a pretty juicy spot to squeeze. And sure enough, Izzy will go for it.
Raise 1,430.
The most random number that anyone could have possibly come up with.
He announced it with confidence. $1,430 is my wager.
And this was just a 3-bet to 300 as well. I mean, the initial open was to 100, which in and of itself is a little bit eyebrow raising, but you know, whatever. Now 3-bet to 300 and 4-bet. What? Izzy goes all in.
Max Payne too. He is a one-time guy.
And Izzy needs to find an ace from space or some sort of funky wheel. That is about the cleanest flop for the kings you could possibly imagine, given his opponent's hole cards. And it's going to be an ace and an ace only on the end to save Izzy. This board looks super gross for kings now. Of course, you don't have a club, you have nothing, but Izzy is just fully wrecked by the pocket king.
Huge hand there. Wow. 3,700, almost 3,800 in profit going Nick's way.
Oh no. If it's jacks, I'll be on monkey. No, bro. Please throw him in the... Man, stop counting. Monkey's hand.
I don't know what's here.
So yeah, we're gonna have to count down these chips. Tika's got quite the job cut out for her as you know, lean all the way over there, try to assemble a number. that Izzy is going to have to pay out. He's still chuckling over there, so he's not too worried about it. But
I think he's got me covered.
he just lost $3,700 and
4,000.
Yeah.
whatnot with Ace High.
Great slower, brother.
Yeah, it covers you.
I still had outs. I still had outs. I was drawing pretty good. Drawing pretty bad. Still had the outs against you, though. He's got me. He's got me.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
So OnTilt Nick came into the night buying in for 200 at a time. He got stacked repeatedly, then chipped up to over 1,000. And as soon as he did that, has kind of been on this wild tear.
Yes.
Dominating this hand.
Stack up to 7,500.
Wow.
And sorry, Izzy, if I just jinxed you, but was just complimenting the massive amount of chips that you had accumulated over there. And those are now being shipped overseas to OnTilt Nick. Sheesh.
So it looks like we must have had a slight error in the
Keep this one. Okay, thank you.
in the amount of chips that Izzy had,
Thank you.
because it looks like he was covered.
Thank you.
As Tika says, just keep throwing money at me, honey. I am okay with that. She doesn't even have the chance to reshuffle here as she's taking in this mound of tips, which there is a green chip included in there. And yeah, most people don't care if you throw money at them.
Yeah, that is a pretty incredible tip for sure. As John now gonna help her get these stacked up, and
What a gentleman.
gonna need a rack just to sort of deal with her tip, which is amazing.
I was gonna have to go home. I was gonna have to leave.
Hats off to OnTilt Nick.
I would have lost 20K.
He said 8.
8,000.
You left this in? You put this in?
Yeah.
8?
8,000.
Yeah.
Okay, 8,000. And then
All right,
Romero's
Izzy
table
buying back
20.
in for 8,000. Let's go.
Let's go.
I need chips.
Yeah, look at the pre-flop raising there with
Yes.
Corey at 3%. Seat's played a lot of hands, just hasn't really been the aggressor. But yeah, those two there really haven't had big hands to push with or even play in Corey's case.
300 red.
Raise to 40.
Wow.
Yeah, I am as baffled as you are, Aaron. I knew this was going to be a fun one. Kind of started off a little wild, then it kind of puttered a little bit, and here we are again with more chips on the table, and they are flying.
Pause 40.
All right, limp up front from a seat gets raised up to 40. John calls, a seat calls, and Nick's still stacking chips over there.
So I got 3 plus.
Is out of the way, so 3 players gonna see a flop.
Throw in a 3 there for some variance.
Check. Check.
2 8s and a 9. A seat here gonna flop trips.
Pause that.
John with the up and downer.
Close.
Gonna do the betting from the button, and a seat just makes the call. Pretty wet board.
125.
And rather than check raise the flop, is going to just donk lead the turn, 3 of hearts. And John is like, whatever's going on there is not good for me. And he is mostly right. However, still could have made it straight. That could have been good. But he lets it go.
I was gonna ship it on you anyways.
You get 50 rounds.
I would have won too. So.
Yeah, I would have easily called your stud.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna gamble on them.
Yeah, I was in third place for both of you guys.
Yeah.
Small, big. So now let's try
No
those.
change in the knit game as of those last few hands.
Pause 10. Close. Go.
Even Mo can't be bothered to play the 7 deuce off.
Go ahead, Call. Votes. Check.
And we've got a limped pot going to a flop 4 ways.
King niner out there? Yes, there is.
Check. Votes.
Yeah, juicy looking spot for a seat here.
Make a bet.
Be interesting to see if he goes for the check raise this time.
Call.
John bets with the gut shot. Corey calls with a gut shot, and a seat does just call. Super brick on the turn, 4 of spades, and a seat will check, continuing to lie in wait.
Check. Checks around.
Ace on the river changes a seat from the king high straight to the ace high Broadway straight. He leads out for 125, and we'll get no takers. All right, big opportunity here for the straddles to come on. We are going to see the 10 and the 20 out there. We'll see if Izzy goes for the 40. I do think it makes a lot of sense to do so when you're in the nit game, and he will indeed put the straddle out there as he receives the 8,000 in chips that he just purchased.
Raise to 100.
And with that $40 straddle on, Corey going to come in for a raise with one of the better looking hands that he's seen. Ace 10 off. A seat just making the call with the dominating ace. And now back over to Izzy from the straddle is going to make the call. We'll go 3 ways to a flop. A couple of ace highs up against the king 10.
First check.
10 on the flop for both Izzy and Corey.
Checks
2 overcards and a gut shot to Broadway for a seat. We're going to check all the way through, and it's a queen now on the turn, improving a seat to the best hand with the top pair top kicker. And somehow we're going to check through once again. I'm just... very curious about what these players are trying to accomplish in some of these spots. I mean, it certainly makes some sense to try to just get to showdown with the pairs of 10s. That certainly does indeed make some sense, but perhaps a missed value there for a seat. But he will drag the pot nonetheless, and is now up about $950. So having a pretty good night there is a seat. We got John up 2,300. We got OnTilt Nick up 4,700.
So you think I should be betting that?
And even after having to rebuy for 8,000, Izzy only stuck 2K? That doesn't seem possible, but I guess maybe he just ran up the first couple thousand that he bought in for.
I'm still fighting.
Do you guys just want to do a $4 splash pot?
Well, why do you put in 25?
No, I put it.
Splash pot is coming with the nick game.
The entire pot.
Ah,
It
okay.
just happens that I'm right here.
I got it.
Yeah, it's a PLO. Yeah.
What are we doing? A $400 what?
I'd rather do a splash pot instead of a flip.
What? 400?
Yeah.
400 each?
No,
like he's saying
Instead of a flip, let's just do a splash pot.
play a regular hand.
Splash pot, yeah.
Yeah, I like
fine.
that. I like that better.
That way, because it's gonna get all in probably.
Yeah.
That's gonna get like fucking wild.
Splash pot.
And this is in play too?
This is in play too.
Oh yeah, okay, let's go. Yeah.
Splash pot. Texas Hold'em, same thing. We're just splashing the pot.
1700.
Okay, so they're changing it up on the fly. Usually this would be a PLO flip for $50 a head. Instead,
Nick, did you put Nick?
they are going to play it as a regular
Well, actually, no. We're playing this splash
Hold'em.
pot.
He's not here. Yeah, never mind.
A regular Hold'em hand, but with all of those antes
No, we're just playing with
in
regular.
the middle. So this is just a regular hold'em hand.
No, just like
Just a
regular
normal hand.
hand.
It's a normal hand. Normal hand.
No, regular hand. That's
Right.
just regular pre-flop action.
Yeah, splash pot, normal hand.
Okay.
Like,
so
no,
No, no, no, no, no.
normal hand. This is now a normal hand.
I haven't looked.
Got it.
He's raising.
All right, so there's the there's the flop.
What the fuck is this shit?
They
They're allowing a double straddle and mid free
Or is it too late? Too late. I
Yeah,
looked.
hell yeah, of course. Take it back. Yeah.
They're doing a splash.
This is absolute insanity.
They're just doing 2 cards. Regular. This is the
And now, wait, now they're trying to get Nick in there, but the cards have already been dealt. You can't get Nick in there anymore.
I mean, Izzy has an all-in button.
Now I'll scan your cards for me.
It's not an all-in. Let's hope.
Everybody, did you need the full 26?
I mean, to be fair, there's $350 out there in the middle. I'm not advocating for an all-in, but you know that does definitely warp the traditional opening sizes
Actions here, 150.
from what you would expect in relation to the blinds.
Actions here, hon.
It looked like an open to 250 or something. Queen 10 suited for ace poker, and he's only got 1,300.
All in C4.
Yeah, ace poker is going to rip it here. I mean, this kind of makes a little bit of sense. He can try to thin out the remainder of the field a little bit. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
A seat is all in over the top of the Queen 10?
Girl, I don't know.
What do I want to see?
No, a seat is not in there. This is the Queen 10 for ace poker. And Izzy on Jack 3.
There's the hand. Okay, Queen 10 is all in for 1337.
And yeah, Izzy has basically priced himself into this by opening.
He's like, forget about it. What am I gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, you got the 400 in the middle or the 350, whatever. Now it's another 1,000 to you. I don't know. I mean, Jack.
Oh,
Oh, he
he's
hadn't
falling with the
looked at his
jack.
hand yet. He did that blind.
He hadn't looked at the triz yet. The Jack triz. Oh my God! He doesn't even look at the other card.
No.
That is insanity. Ace poker flop. It gets like flopped into the basement. Has a very good turn card, picking up some heart equity, but the river is unkind. And man, you just got it all in pre with a $350 splash pot. Queen 10 against Jack 3 and lost.
That motherfucker's clocked
And it
out.
looks like he's gonna buy back in for 2,000.
He won a huge pot.
And Mark Wee has joined us, and he's gonna add or buy in for 4,000.
And now that he's coming in between the Nick game, this is going to be a little bit awkward, as
For
I
sure.
guess he's just going to basically start without a knit button and just not be part of the game.
Yeah, there's no half knit.
So he'll have to sit out the splash pot, presumably, since he couldn't have contributed to it. Who knows, right? Who knows?
I got you. Sorry. What's that on my app or something?
That's his cards.
What is this?
Sorry, guys.
That's
Sorry.
his
So what
I
happens
was
with the
just like, hold on.
Still goes.
Does he get a button or no button?
Oh, Mark says, "I'll take a button."
It was $10.
Okay. I mean, that's,
right.
that seems like the best way to do it, honestly, because it's just very awkward for him to have never been a part of the game, but now he's still playing hands while the other players are in the game. So this makes a lot of sense.
sure.
That he just sort of comes in as he is, has to win a hand.
Mark, you're all in?
No.
No, I'm giving change. I'm getting change.
They thought he was all in right out the gate. No, he's just getting his change, breaking down the 1K chips that he got. Yeah, not surprised to see Mark go ahead and just take the button. He's a man of integrity, one of our favorites in the room.
Got Mallory sporting the 3-coin gear back there, taking some pictures of the table. As limps for 10 around the table, we're going to get, what, 5 or 6 players seeing this 10 high flop. Looks like 5 of them. Bottom pair for John, somehow the best hand.
Did he go off it?
The dirty diaper is the goods. Nice hand there for John. Gets rid of that knit button.
He didn't even have one. He won one earlier,
Oh,
actually.
yeah, he just was sitting next to him, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Izzy getting rid of his knit button with the Jack 3 there, and he's still holding onto that all-in button over there as well. Oh, my goodness.
I'm actually surprised to see Corey's VPIP at 26%.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of tried to limp in a couple of times or maybe just call some small raises and then gotten pushed out. We certainly haven't seen him play across multiple streets very often. I also do remember a couple of the very first hands where, you know, it was sort of intermittent, whether it was a nick all in for his 200 or it was, you know, open to 20 or 25 or something and then just checking all the way through to the river. And Corey was involved in a couple of those check down hands, so perhaps inflating his VPIP a little bit, at least insofar as how we kind of perceive it. Mark here gets kings under the gun immediately and limps. The little red buttons are the indicators for the knit game. All right, so Mark limps the kings, gets exactly what he wants with a raise and a re-raise from Corey and Ace Poker. Comes back over to Mark, and he is going to hit him with the back raise. 700 to go.
Yeah, welcome to the table, Mr. Mark.
And, yeah, Ace Poker is going to kind of hate life a little bit there with the Ace-10 suited, but pretty reasonable spot to just let it go.
Surprising with some of the hands that we've seen jam in that Ace-10 just easy fold there. But, yeah, he made the solid play and chunked it. He's going to move on, and we're down to 3.
Well, Ace Poker did just lose with the Queen-10 against Jack 3. And now, like, was a cold 4-better, so the limp back raise, or I guess, whatever, since somebody limped, it wasn't technically a 4-bet, but it was a 3-better and then just got, like, back raised. Yeah, you just let that go.
Absolutely.
XP Gaming Pro, rewind maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. And you could find out, but basically there was a gigantic all-in confrontation between OnTilt Nick and Izzy, and OnTilt Nick came out on top. Pocket Kings were good.
What's the deal with the coupons?
Julian jumping in the chat. What's going on, brother?
Where's the little donation box thing?
We do have a full room back behind this table, or in front of this table, I should say. Got a tournament going on, a bounty tournament, and a bunch of cash games. So if you're in the Dallas area and tuned in and getting a little itch to come play some poker, come on out to TCH Dallas, or of course you can go to our sister club over there, TCH Social in Las Colinas, just about 10-15 minutes down the road.
So Izzy squeezed from the big blind, gets called by both John and Eric. Pair of sixes on the turn, taking over the lead for the best hand. Checks through once again, and now here's the king on the river. It's going to be top pair for Izzy and the Broadway nut straight for John. Somehow we find ourselves here with no one betting flop or turn. John doing a very exaggerated countdown of the 5 cards needed to make a straight. And then still checks. Oh, no. He's got it bet after he does the hand motions, right? That's 350. The 6s are in the muck, but back over to Izzy now with the top pair.
God, you love hearing that when you got the nuts. What do you have behind, sir?
Oh, yes. Please raise me. Please raise me. But Izzy just going to make the call.
Yeah, the moment he started doing all the monkey shit, I was this motherfucker's got the nuts. I think he got the fucking nuts. I was, fuck this shit. I'm folding a set. Fuck that.
He said, I'm folding a set. He's over here doing monkey shit. Oh, that's classic.
How the fuck do I make that?
Yeah, I was like, hey, I was literally gonna kick you in the shit and be ready.
Monkey poo is allowed at the table. And it will get you paid off from time to time.
How much is that? I was like, oh,
Apparently so.
I'm not gonna lie, when I said that, I looked right at your face. Because you saw his cards.
All right, so still 3 players in the Nick game. Mark Wee got rid of his with the kings sort of right away. Mo here with a real 3-betting hand, and this is a lovely spot for him with his knit button. And Izzy just does not let up here. He is going to cold 4-bet from the small blind with 9-8 off. And Mo here, grip it and rip it. And Izzy snap calls. I mean, he's a 2-to-1 dog, but he's not dead or drawing to some sort of, 2 pairs necessary. But now he is in the basement.
Oh, sweat.
A little bit of help. Oh, it would have been so dirty if that just came running 9-8.
I did it, guys. I want to have.
Is in the giving mood. Couple of gifts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Keep looking at me.
Santa Claus is here. Santa Izzy or Izzy Claus. Not sure exactly how best to.
Izzy Claus. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, but Mo was a good little boy, and he is going to get doubled up to the tune of about 4,000 total in his stack. And it gets rid of his knit button, too. So we're down to just 2 players, and that is OnTilt Eric and Corey.
And I guess that's sort of a regift, right? With Mo jamming earlier with the 8 deuce. So the
right, you are.
Izzy Claus gives it right back to his little elf, his little helper.
I'm down now. Only down 2,000. Let's go.
How annoying would that be to deny the stand-up and I just pick up aces right here?
Fuck it.
God, I'm sorry, kid.
Corey trying to will into existence the aces here now that he's heads up for the Nick game. Raise to 25 and a call from a seat, and Eric gonna squeeze it up to 125 with the 9 queen of spades. Corey says, yeah, I may have to pay this off as the Nick game loser or whatnot, but I'm not going to mix it up with the 5-4 off. And immediately gets confirmation that his neighbor Nick is working with one of his outs. And he would have flopped bottom 2 pair, though. And far and away the best hand. That is super tilting.
Frank or Tom?
Eric gonna bet 100 in position, has the 1 overcards, backdoor straight, and flush opportunities, but it's on tilt Nick who is going to check raise with the second pair. To answer your question in the chat, we do live stream cash games 3 nights a week, sometimes 4, and a live tournament final tables on Saturday.
No, shut up. Like in front of people, and there was someone that was
All in.
And Eric has picked up an up and down straight draw here. But this is an all-in for 1,500, and he's going to make the call. His pairs are live. His straight draw is live. And he
gets the pair.
Oh, my God. What are we witnessing?
Suck out. Suck out. Suck out.
And Corey would have won this with the 5-4. Gotten the double up potentially. I mean, who knows how it plays out actually if he's in there, right? But certainly would not have lost the Nick game. But as it stands, he gets to watch on tilt Nick ship 4,200 into his stack, and now he will be funding the splash pot.
I'm on monkey.
I'm a little bit.
I'm on monkey.
He said he is on full monkey tilt.
I learned that one from you, brother.
He said he learned it from his bro.
Queen Jack? It was Queen Jack black. Queen Jack, right? Queen Jack, last time? Queen Jack, right? Queen Jack?
Brother, you're going to have that bankroll for a while.
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I'm dipping. Fuck this game.
You played
Sorry, boys. We get even, we're out this bitch. Yeah, you did.
Huh, you got it?
Yeah.
All right, so Corey has funded the splash pot, of which we are about to receive.
Wanted to play, guys.
Yeah. Unlimited shows. We're doing 43.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh fuck! This is the splash point. Oh my god!
8 makes it 75.
I didn't even realize.
All right, raised to 75 and a bunch of calling with very dusty holdings. Jack 9-3. 2 clubs and a spade. Everyone whiffing. Pocket deuces are the best immediate hand, but Mark with the most equity and just gets there instantly as he picks up the nut straight and cannot lose given his opponent's holdings.
He's gone full ninja with the glasses, the mask, and the hoodie up, and just banks the nuts. First pitch.
Every table but 13 and 14.
I'm sorry, kid. I'm on tilt.
Heads up.
Izzy makes the call here, perhaps with some devious intentions. If a club were to come off on the
Wouldn't
end,
happen, brother. You didn't call me with the Queen Jack. I had you. You know I had you.
What'd you have?
8s.
Oh, you're a bad player.
No, I had the best hand.
10-8 was already there, so if Izzy
I
has
just floated.
aspirations of bluffing his hand to 6 of diamonds, didn't really change anything there. This is not a small wager. 800 is the bet into 1,000, so a large size.
Bro, he was putting me on monkeys from the beginning. I never said a word. Never said a word. Never said a word. But he wants to call the check raise with queen high on a 10 high board. Yeah, let's play this shit.
Give Santa Izzy Claus is ready to distribute some more gifts, or
fuck it, let's just
he will find a way
I swear I'm almost
just
even, boys.
muck
I'm
his
out.
hand.
Get even. I don't give a fuck.
Snap. I mean, jeez. Oh, Izzy Claus.
Izzy Claus is here.
What's going on today?
And Mr. Mark Wee is going to
Nikki put everyone
receive
on tilt.
a very nice gift. A very, very nice early Christmas present. The dealers have been doing a lot of counting down all-in stacks here.
Maybe that's what I need to do to get paid when I have the nuts. You know, just mask up, sunglasses, hoodie.
I mean, I don't think that really factored in too much, but if you want to give it a try, I mean, maybe it'll give you a little something, something.
Yeah, I've got some guys I play with, and I'm like, you know, is it your face that gets you paid off all the time when you have the nuts? Because I just can't. I can't get paid off when I have it, you know. Nice hand there, though, from Mark. Welcome to the table. Wakes up with kings right off the bat.
No, I can tell if that guy has
It
shit.
just gets rewarded there.
Motherfucker started buying in 200
Holding
at a
the
time,
absolute nutter
He
butters.
just added on like 3,000.
And he is up 4.5K in what, 30 minutes? Tops?
Yeah, he was just fucking off on purpose.
Yeah, it comes in and just takes over the chip lead. And the biggest winner here, as OnTilt Nick has dropped down a little bit. Still sitting on a big old pile of chips over there and still up 2,500. John up a good chunk as well, 3,600. A seat up a little bit, 600. And everyone else is stuck. Is he going to need to reach for more reloading chips or perhaps just play with what he's got remaining, which is still a very respectable 3,000?
Leaving is not an option? Oh, okay. I was like, damn.
I'm enjoying watching a seat too, just kind of laying here in the weeds. You know, he's come in from India. He's a big fan of the stream, plays a lot of poker in a lot of different places, and watching all the crazy action around him. And I think he's going to pick some spots here as the night goes on.
Mark's saying that you need to play more hands and show some bluffs, Eric, and that you know, he's invested a lot of money to get paid off in spots like that. And you know, everybody's got a different strategy about how they do kind of set up a table image. I definitely know that my table image factors into you know, the sorts of spots that I get called in around the Austin area. Some people very prone to look me up light, and sometimes they're right. Sometimes they're not.
Well, the 9-ball on the turn would be a devastating card here. OnTilt Eric and Mo both with straight draws.
Ace Poker is out of there with what is currently the best hand. Not a 9, it is a spade, as OnTilt Eric going to pick up some additional equity for spades. Would be the super nuts. Fortunately, somebody has folded that, so we will not be seeing a straight flush on this hand, but it is a mystery wager hiding behind John's head. 275? 275. Okay, it is what's on screen. It's just kind of weird that it says raise 30 from OnTilt Eric, but I think that is a relic of the previous street. Eric is going to take this one down with 7 high on the turn.
Can I get a color up for seat 3?
Or you want to get to him? I don't care.
How much left?
Blocks.
How much is that? 10?
Yeah, 10. We go black.
Here, give me those pinks.
Hand number 43 coming up. If you guys are enjoying it, there's about 136 of you guys watching across all the different streaming platforms. If you're on YouTube, smash that like button and hit subscribe. We've got a lot of cool content from the past 3+ years of doing live streams.
If you're interested in getting this tournament, I got seats available with $100, 25K starting set. There is a prize.
We have certainly seen a lot of sort of subpar holdings crash into each other and generate large pots. We have not seen quite so much of the premium holdings crashing into each other, but this time around we do have an open from under the gun by OnTilt Eric. Mark 3-betting the hijack, ace jack O, and we are going to get the 4-bet. 350 to go. Mark quickly making the call. Does get to play in position, but 4-bet pots, ace jack off, definitely dangerous holding, and this is about the worst flop you could possibly see, given Eric's immediate holdings. Going to be a quick bet of 250 and a call. And there is a club on the turn, bringing in backdoor straight and flush opportunities for Mark. Just went from a 25% favorite to a 36% favorite to win this pot. Their small bet here, just 400. And it's an ace on the river, top 2 pair now for Mark. And OnTilt Eric goes from far and away the best of it to 0%. Wow, he does just get shown down the ace jack though. I'm very surprised that Mark doesn't go for a value bet there. I do suppose that if you do bet and get jammed on, you kind of feel like you're just always losing. And I don't know, but
yeah,
not too sure your opponent ever has a 5 that doesn't bet the river or a flush that doesn't bet the river, right? But
yeah, after being 4-bet, obviously Jax is potentially a candidate, but Eric did choose to lead out on that flop. Oh shit.
7 o'clock's first burn, guys. Apologize about that. Raise the 50th. Suit 9 calls, 1, 2 folds, 3 calls.
Yeah, so a little bit of missed value there maybe for Mark, but still dragging another nice pot as his hot streak continues.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah,
boy, does it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that you can get called by that much, right? But with top 2 pair, you have the ace of clubs. Your opponent just checked the river, like probably doesn't have ace 5 because you'd expect them to at least put a block out there to try to get some additional value. If not, just bet big and try to get full value. I don't know. At least that's just the way my mind is thinking. So a little bit curious, perhaps. But again, anytime you do bet the river in position, you have to know what you're planning on doing if you get raised. So perhaps the idea there was, I just don't want to face that decision point. So let's just not mess around. Not Mark here is just on full-blown heater mode, flopping bottom set. OnTilt Nick picking up a straight draw to go with the bottom pair. And Izzy doing the betting, drawing fully dead.
OnTilt Nick might even come in for a raise here. And he's going to.
Wow. Wow. 1,700 with 3.4K behind. Izzy's like, how do I keep finding myself in these stupid spots? And Mark now, bottom set, loses to 7-4, 4 deuce. Pocket 5s, pocket 6s, of course, like these sorts of holdings. Izzy is going to let the king high go, and back over to not Mark. And he is going to stuff it. And OnTilt Nick is like, what? Come on, man. You just called the 500. What the hell do you have? And now the problem for Nick is that he's put so many chips out there, plus the chips that were already in the pot, that he has to do math to decide if he should actually be calling this off. I mean, if he thinks that he's ever up against something just like 10x of spades, or I mean, like, who knows what calls 500 and then back jams it over the bet. I have no idea. But maybe you think of something like a 10x of spades that at first was like, my hand is so good that I could just call the 500, and now that this has happened, it's best to just go for it all. 4-3, not performing great against that. So
I don't want you to call. I got a very vulnerable hand.
I'm sure you do.
not Mark being pretty honest. I mean, he's worried about spades. He's worried about the 4.
You're a one-timer, right?
Brother, just show me you don't have a straight, brother. I'll put the money in bad. I swear to God, I'll put the money in bad.
I don't have a straight. I guarantee you I don't have a straight.
Nick says, I guarantee I'll put the money in bad. So, or whatever. Yeah, I'll put the money in bad if you can guarantee me you don't have a straight, which Mark says I don't. Being very truthful there. But if you are up against something like 10x of spades, you're a super dog. I mean, we see that he's up against a set of 3s and has 18% equity given the card removal of the 2 7s missing from the deck.
I mean, you'll probably get
there. Mark gonna try to talk him into the call. Now that he knows that he's got this 4-3 of diamonds exposed over there.
All right, I can take 200 back and I'll fold.
He let him take 200 back.
Just because I'm loving it.
Rabbit hunt.
Oh my God!
It's a 7.
Oh my God! He would have hit the straight. Mark gives him a $200 rebate so that he will fold. That does quickly convince him to fold because I think he was going to fold anyways for the full 1200.
Bro, he was
but Mark sped up the process, got what he wanted, and actually needed him to fold. I can't believe that he would have hit the 7.
Wow, that was a great call. Give him the 200. I swear to God, if you don't give it to him, he calls you. I swear to God.
5,000 plus what was in there. That was about to be like an 11K pot, and he would have binked the 7 on the end. That is stupid.
And he is now officially on tilt, Nick. Because he's got he's got Mark just in the hot heater seat celebrating over there instead of getting stuck and having to reload.
God, this is
What a hand.
I cannot, dude. I would not want to see that river. He snap asked to see it too. I was like, I don't think you want to see that. Like, I mean, most of the time, right? Like 80% of the time, you're going to get shown a good card and you're going to feel like you can pat yourself on the back. But what happens when you see the 7? Like, you're miserable.
I just didn't know what fucking, I guess a set would do that. You're sick for fucking doing that.
Here's a seat's time to shine. He's got trip jacks.
That's a good jam. I mean, a little bit sick, but not too much.
A little bit sick. Oh, good Lord. All right, a seat flopping trips. He's up against John, who turns top pair, and he's going to get paid for 150.
Yeah, that's sick. Oh, my God.
I'm a monkey.
Jedi chiming in saying that's why I don't rabbit hunt, and Doug R chiming in saying, oh, Mark Wee is luckier than a puppy with 3 Peters. Wow. And yeah, we'd all rather be lucky than good, and Mark's both lucky and good. So, what a hand, though. What a hand, Mark. Yeah.
You'd be sitting so pretty right now.
Marky, that's a hell of a raise, bro. No back jam.
Mark has $12,000 in front of him, and he just got in for 4K. Yeah, like 30 minutes ago. Pretty nice stuff, man. Feels good. All right, we got to raise to 30. Call and a 3-bet to 175 from Mo out of the big blind. Like the size. Chunky squeeze. Should be a little bit larger, out of position. John. Not going anywhere, makes the call. He's poker, getting a price in position here. It's not necessarily a good price, given that he could be dominated, and is. But he will make the call and try to hunt down a flush or some sort of hand that connects with the 8.
Yeah, this game's fucked already.
Check over to Ace Poker. His hand is super dusty, doesn't have a spade in sight, but if no one else wants to take a shot at it, can't be that bad to do so himself. That's 130. And John is going to float here. Does have some decent turn cards that can come off. That is not one of them. We'll see if Ace Poker can keep his foot on the gas. Stacked pot ratio is like 1.5 though, so not a lot of room here. He's gonna bet small, quarter pot in position. Feels a little bit odd. Sort of inviting a flush draw to come along if he did have a real hand. Let's see if John can sort of sniff through the fact that this is not indicating a lot of strength. I mean, stack depth is kind of awkward, so it does make some sense for it to be a little bit strange, you know, the bet size on the turn. But I think John can recognize something here.
Get a Red Bull. You get 4 Red Bulls for free.
He is going to raise him.
And show the queen high.
Why? That's insane.
Oh, that guy's good.
Yeah, that's just instincts right there coming through for John. He's like, if you have a real hand, you're not going to try to price the flush draw in. You're going to try to price them out, or, you know, give them a bad price, but one that they may just be willing to pay because, you know, they get addicted to seeing flush draws, or see all the cards when they have a flush draw. So, yeah, sizing tell there, I think, for John, and makes good play at it.
John getting his little swag going here. He's raising it up with the 5 deuce off. Mo gonna 3-bet him up to 150 with the king queen off.
Thanks for the update.
You'll give us 2. You'll give us 2 before you go.
Lockdown.
Yeah.
Back over to John, and he wants to see a flop. Looking for some low cards here.
Oh my goodness.
He's a realtor for fun.
Great
Does
invite,
flop a gut shot, wheel draw, and Mo is out of position and checks.
I guess it was a dumbass raise.
Lucas joining us in the chat. What up to you, my friend? Welcome.
Going on, Lucas?
Mo continuing to check. Has the best hand, but will John start betting at some point and actually try to win this? The answer is no so far. 10 of clubs now rolls off, and Mo has got the best of it with nut no pair. But now it's the full pot size bet on the end. Does this make any sense whatsoever? I mean, the problem is that you could lose to, you know, a bluff that
This guy's fucking good.
somehow just like bombing it with a 3, but really doesn't make a lot of sense. John just brute forces it through there. And yeah, we're just about 2 hours through the broadcast of our, I believe, 5 hours that we're going to be doing here this evening. Do have a couple of things we'd like to mention. The first being that this weekend is going to be the Memorial Madness weekend at Texas Card House down in Houston. So if you're in or around the Houston area, be sure to come in and check us out, Texas Card House Houston, for the $100K guaranteed tournament, $300 buy-in, with day ones kicking off tomorrow, running through the weekend, and day 2 going to be on Sunday, with a last-second turbo flight in the morning on Sunday for you to get in if you can't make it in before that. And then there's a $50K guarantee that also kicks off on the 27th if you're not fortunate enough to have made it through, or even if you did, honestly, because that's on Monday. I apologize. That's on Memorial Day itself. So plenty of opportunities to play poker this weekend at TCH Houston.
Yeah, the room there in Houston, that new TCH Houston location, it's really picked up. A lot of traffic here recently, so love seeing another big tournament going on down there. A couple tournaments, obviously, and a lot of action in the cash streets as well.
Corey here flopping second pair up against the top pair of his opponent, not Mark. And it is not Mark who is going to be betting this river to the tune of 150. And do have a couple of missed draws, 8-9, Queen Jack, front door clubs. All these have bricked out. Corey has pretty decent bluff catcher for some of these and not great for the others, right? Having the 10 of clubs, sort of not really that relevant, but the Jack of diamonds kind of bad. Sort of a pure hero coin flip kind of situation. Question in the chat: who are you guys? You do a solid job of it. Well, appreciate those kind words. I'm Aaron McAvoy, and my compatriot across the way, Mr. Eric Van Luzes.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Appreciate that. Makes the call. I told you we would hear from Mr. Wee, win or lose, and he is fired up on the table.
Oh my god.
Corey's on shot on month.
Everybody is.
Yeah, feels good to be running good, and Mark has certainly been doing that so far. Tough spot there for Corey. Does make some sense to make the call, and the price was just a little too good. To be able to make the call there for 150, win a pot, get to showdown, you know, that you're making good hero calls with second pairs and stuff. Yeah, just too good of an opportunity to pass up. Does make a lot of sense.
No, I didn't say that, but you should. Absolutely.
I want to be honest. 20 to play.
Oh, okay. I see. I did not see that part of it. Yeah, because the camera angle and everything. Plus, I was probably running my mouth and did not see that. So you gave him a 50-50 chance of seeing the king. He picked the 9, and that got the call. Okay. Very good.
Oh, fuck up my bed.
I'm sorry, Mel. Queen of Hearts is the first burn.
You didn't want it. It's okay.
Everything happens for a reason.
All right, looks like Mo's Queen of Hearts is going to be the first burn as it was exposed on the pitch.
Queen of Hearts is the first burn. I apologize, dear. 20 apply.
LV Coleman jumping in, saying smash the like button on the way in. Appreciate that. Until Nick and a 3-bet with the queens and get a snap call from Izzy with the 6-4 offsuit.
Yeah, and that was the Queen of Hearts getting burned. So Nick does sort of recognize that he is going to be missing one of his outs to make a set, but obviously Pocket Queen's still going to be good enough to raise it up and feel very good about your hand. Is he going to flop a gut shot to the 6? Just calls the flop bet of 35. But we are going to size up to a slight over bet now on the turn. An effective pot size wager on the board pairing 3. Izzy, rather than chase down the 5, is just going to get out of there right now. And Nick will drag another pot.
Nikki, you recording this one?
Might get him off tilt a little bit.
Oh, you're going to go vlog. I see. So it's not a stream game, it's a vlog game. Oh, shit.
No, they are recording this one. It's going to be like, I think
They release it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty cool as a vlogger playing on a live stream. You get to just use the footage from the stream to make your content. And I mean that's a big sort of bottleneck, right, for churning out videos and putting out good quality videos, is having the production value be high. And so when you've got something that already kind of breaks it all down with the hands on screen and stuff, that could be a pretty good deal.
Absolutely. Fortunately for Corey, hadn't really gone his way tonight. Not a lot of stuff to grab from, but we're only 2 hours in and got 3 hours left of poker, so the night is young.
Check, check. 1 bet 75.
10-6-6 flop. It's going to be top pair for OnTilt Eric, but it checks all the way over to John, who's going to do the betting with his gut shot and 3 to a straight flush. Eric will go for the check call, and now it's a pair of 8s for John to go with the gut shot.
Yeah, the 7-9 of diamonds was folded.
And wow, it's going to run out an inferior 2 pair for John. And we go check, check. Eric not going to get any value out of the flopped top pair, just playing this one cautiously from out of position, and we'll still win a nice little 367.
Thank you. Did you need more beer or something, honey? Sure. Would you like more too? No? I'll call the service leader.
Sturdy
Chris
jumping
in
in.
awe at the lineup, and indeed this has been one hell of a fire lineup tonight. We have seen a lot of chips moving around. Just a reminder, everyone started with a maximum of $1,000, and OnTilt Nick was buying in and torching $200 at a time for about the first orbit and a half.
36, 7, 900.
Man, what's time these streams? Like 11?
12.
What time did you guys start? 6:45?
It is like 6.
6? Then it should be around 10.
Well, 3 players.
Mo is the player in the 7 seat, so that's the player to the left of OnTilt Nick.
Oh,
I presume
what?
That's who you're talking about.
What a flop.
I'm telling you, lockdown, bro.
Yeah, just quads.
Just quads.
I got 3 kids.
And with Izzy in the hand, you can always sort of
I got a house to show.
just check it to him and hope that he'll do some betting for you. The 4 of diamonds comes off on the turn, and Eric is like, I can't really let this check through anymore, so I need to bet my own hand. I mean, I understand that, and yeah, it's just probably not going to work out for him here. Maybe he gets a call from the deuces because the price is good enough, but we'll find out shortly. But no, even that is too much. Yeah, not sure anything would have really worked out for him had he checked again, but sometimes when you just flop it that strong out of position, you kind of just have to keep checking and hope that somebody picks something up at, by the river.
Let him catch something. And Izzy's been prone to spike a set or a full house on the river. Might as well let him try again when you've got absolute nutter butters there.
Yeah, I think Izzy's starting to feel the losses piling up a little bit, though. So had he somehow even spiked a deuce and gone, for a bet on the river and been check raised huge, like, I don't know. I mean, he might have sniffed something out there. Just like who just like checks from out of position, then is just like check raise huge.
Right.
It's like, they probably flopped something.
Yeah, the 7-6 is obviously staring you in the face too. You got deuces full. You're like,
exactly.
The number I have is a Google number, Mark?
I think I had that exact scenario play out the other day. I was playing little 1-3, and I went for a triple barrel, and this kid that usually just plays pretty tight, pretty straightforward, just check call, check jams on me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess you flopped the joint. You flopped the hand that I'm trying to represent, so you win. I had like the nut flush blocker, and that was about it. For the flopped full house. All right, top trips here for ace poker on the end. OnTilt Nick is going to turn over his ace-7 and sort of shake his head. But
pay his buddy off.
Yeah, pay that man his money. Ace high, super good. No, it's not.
Got to meet Ace Poker there as well last night. First time meeting him. It was cool to meet him. He's rocking the Yankees jersey, but it's a particular old school favorite Yankee of mine too. Is Don Mattingly, blast from the past, number 23. See a lot of Don Mattingly jerseys here in the DFW area. But
challenge you to say that name 5 times fast.
Right. Don had the cool mustache and kind of like the mini mullet going. Sure, he was a lady crusher back in the day.
5 high.
All right, $48 straddled pot. Limps around, option checks. 4 players see the king high board rainbow. John with the bottom pair and the best of it at the moment, a seat with the majority of the equity. 6 now on the turn, gonna pair Izzy. Give him the best of it. And he's going to go ahead and take a stab here. He's like, well, check through the flop. Maybe nobody has anything. And sure enough, everybody folds. 6 triz, just as good as the 9 triz. Sometimes even better.
Mark
yeah,
is,
MD Ninja Mark is feeling it tonight.
He is.
Sat down and tripled up his stack over the course of an orbit. 1.5 or thereabouts. You know, something like that.
Yeah,
must be nice.
It's like a ninja hanging up in the trees, just coming down and scooping up pots. Going for the kill shot.
I haven't checked myself since I was like fucking
My dad
12.
is about 50, and
40 to play.
one of his coworkers just went in for like a regular checkup,
100.
and they found something.
Yeah,
So my dad was like,
104.
"Oh fuck it, like I'll just go get my heart checked."
got-
Like he's an active guy.
We've got Corey over here folding 9-5 suited, which, you know, very reasonable fold. Just for on tilt Nick to race it with 5-3 off.
I'm gonna go check myself.
On tilt Eric in there with King Jack, and Izzy from the first straddle gonna come along. 6 triz, just one a hand. Why not? Give it another go.
3 players.
We meant that in the American Ninja Warrior way, Mark. You know this.
10-10-7 is the board. Nobody connecting with this one. King high is best, but on tilt Nick was the pre-flop aggressor, so he gets to bet again if he wants to, and he's going to go huge for an over bet. And this just doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but the fact that he has 5 high and needs everyone to fold, and they probably will, because who connects it with this? But let's see if Izzy can kind of sniff out the bet size tell like John did earlier. No, Izzy is going to go ahead and just fold and get shown the 5 triz.
You had him pipped, Izzy.
Those spots are always so weird because unless you're just really comfortable putting a lot of money in with absolutely nothing and no draw or any, like, just no hope whatsoever of winning if you actually have to show down your hand. Even when you see the betting size that doesn't make sense or whatnot, right? It's like, it's really tough to convince yourself to put in the raise and go for it. Ugh, it's just hard.
I know.
20 to play, guys. For our total straddle. Fold.
On tilt Eric got a nice ace 4 clubs on the button. Gonna pop it up to 70. Not Mark, looking at a couple suited cards too. He wants to get after it.
3 players. Check. Check.
Yet another flop here for not Mark. Top and bottom pair, backdoor hearts working. Ace 4, turning a gut shot for on tilt Eric, but the river will not bring it in. And not Mark going to go for the 2/3 sizing on the end. Eric out of the way. Sounds like they're about to do the raffle.
Yeah, I think
this
they
time last night
raised a couple thousand on that, and somebody obviously got to donate that first half to the family of Aaron Johnson, and then obviously they donated a good chunk of whatever their winnings were to the family as well. So pretty cool deal.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard about the pre, but there was another deal that also
$10 makes it all the way around to the button. Mo will raise it from the button, and Izzy actually has a hand worthy of a 3-bet, sort of contrary to some of the other hands that he has been getting in there with. Makes it 150 with the pocket 9s, and John out of the $10 straddle is gonna quickly put out the call.
That's crazy.
150, yes.
Yeah,
Mo's in there as well.
Definitely some fun hands to see flops with in cash games. Let's see if we can get a nasty flop.
That one's certainly pretty nasty for pocket nines.
Absolutely.
Not the one you're thinking of.
Nobody
Well,
in
John
love with it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said nobody's really in love with this.
Yeah, I mean, both John and Mo are going to have plenty of sort of Broadway combinations and also just like small pocket pairs. So this board can be both good and bad for these callers. Checks to Mo, and he's sort of, I think, trying to put together a story in his mind. Or wait, no, we've already made it to a turn.
Queen
We're
of
just waiting
diamonds.
for the action to catch up.
Yeah, Queen of diamonds on the turn.
And is he going to go ahead and bet here? He's up and down. Of course, the king is not really an out for him. So it's really more of a gut shot. But
Give me 2 raffle tickets and then put the rest in the little donation jar.
all right, all right.
Yeah, MD seat 5, a seat has definitely kind of been picking some spots tonight. It's definitely been more card dependent than anything.
But yeah, he was playing a lot of hands early on. I think he was one of the highest VPIPs in the first couple of orbits.
Yeah, called that all in with pocket 5s when he had been jammed on by OnTilt Eric with the 10-5.
That was amazing. And it's just like ace, king, queen out on the board and whatever.
Yeah,
and he's like, I don't know, I probably lose. I got a pair. And the other guy's like, no, that's good.
Just fired the cards in the muck. He's like, thank God.
All right, everybody and their mother trying to get into this pot. Bet of 50 and a bunch of calls.
Rip
and
City.
Corey's going to stuff it. Ooh.
You're not gambling your whole net worth, are you?
Not in this pot.
Oh, okay.
It's like 800.
Ace-9. On tilt Nick makes the call with the king-queen suited. And a seat called off with the 5s earlier, but that was a little bit of a different scenario. This time, it is 2 players involved.
Yeah, it's up over there.
840, yes. 840. Seat 4, seat 3, 4, seat 5, 4.
MD wouldn't want to touch this table with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, it takes a certain kind of person to want to come into this action and battle with these guys because you kind of have to know what you're getting yourself into.
Ace is good, bro. Yeah,
Yeah, ace is good for Corey.
Corey for sure.
Open up, please.
He will showdown the ace-9 and
He's so traumatized.
Oh, sorry.
You're good, honey. Not the first thing that was wrong in my face.
Oh, it's a much needed double up there for Corey.
it very much is.
It's the best hand I've seen in
And
3 hours.
yeah, it's going to chip him up to a couple thousand. Plus all those 50s that limped in, so perhaps closer to 2,500, really.
Yeah, I think the original all-in was, it said like 1,000 something, then they corrected and it looked like it was 840 was the all-in amount, so.
Okay.
Might just be right at 2 or so.
Ace poker, going to raise this up from under the gun with king queen.
Oh, shit.
Not Mark. Will sneak in there with the king 7 of clubs. And on tilt Nick. Not going to opt to squeeze against the under the gun open from ace poker. He'll just make the call. So 3 players to a flop. That comes 10 high for Nick. He's poker, gonna float him with the king high here, and it just runs out 4s all the way down. It's gonna be 4s full of 10s. And Nick will go for the massive over bet. Trying to, I don't know, get called by ace high or something. Just not, don't fully comprehend that one, but does not get the call. Well, I mentioned the tournament series going on down in Houston, but of course we've always got the local, even bigger one coming up here in Dallas. So 250K guaranteed coming up at the end of this month. Going to be running from May 29th through June 3rd with 8 starting flights kicking off at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. It's going to be a $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack with 30-minute levels on day 1. Everybody playing in to day 2. Going to be on, excuse me, on Sunday with 40-minute levels day 2 and day 3 if required for the final table there on Monday. Pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, and sticking with the format, 10% make it to day 2, and that whole day 2 field will be in the money.
Juicy looking flop here for Izzy with the ace high flush draw, and it comes in immediately. 9 Triz picks up top pair, but is drawing dead. On tilt Nick with a gut shot. Both players will make the call. A couple of spicy river cards that could sort of change the dynamic a little bit. With this being perhaps one of them, on tilt Nick picking up top pair on the river. And very quickly fires out 3/4 pot size bet into the field.
It's like neither player yet even given Izzy any credit.
Yeah, exactly. Almost playing as though he doesn't exist in the hand. The 9 is even gonna make the call, and Izzy is like, "This is great. This is what we gave all those early Christmas gifts out for earlier. To be able to raise here in position and try to get paid." And yeah, he's going to effectively go all in. It's not quite enough to cover on tilt Nick, but bet a 2,000. Snap called.
Snap calls
by Nick.
MD just got your wish, as Izzy just gets about max value there. Didn't go all in, just put out 2K. Got a snap call, like you said there, Aaron, from on tilt Nick. We've seen his night, be quite the roller coaster as he's kind of back down into the negative here after running up a monster stack.
Yeah, I do think we've got a little bit of a misread on his chip count, though, because if that's a 1K on top there, plus the 2 barrels of green, it looks to me like he's got like 2,500 behind, and it showed him down to 600. So I think there's pretty substantial
Yeah, it was more of
his stack.
Half the size of his stack there that Izzy bet out and snap called there. Yeah, that is.
Still a substantial portion.
Yeah, that is for sure a 1K up top.
Izzy right back in the saddle after dragging that big pot, this time with the 6 deuce, and he is going to let that go to the 3 bet from John.
goofiest laugh.
All right, Izzy wakes up with a premium. Ace King off, makes it 35 to go. A seat just going to call with the 2 jacks. That will bring, I mean, Corey got in there first, actually, with the suited queen. A seat just called, and that brought Eric in from the straddle, so interesting hand for sure. Izzy here with the top and the king of hearts. Far and away the favorite here.
You guys want to incorporate some Omaha in this game?
Just one overcard to a seat's pair. So he is going to put out the calling chips to the tune of 185, and the board just gets better and better here for Izzy. Now he's got top 2 with the king high flush draw, but he is going to check.
Oh, wow.
And how about just backing into a boat?
Just back that boat right in.
So a seat is going to check for a 3rd time, and now Izzy here has to kind of try to decide what can my opponent have that will pay me, and for how much. And I think maybe you don't give him credit for something like jacks, but certainly, you know, it could be something up in the ballpark of 7s or 8s or whatnot, right? Like, that makes some sense. 1,200 into 500 to me is just a little too large, but he is going to.
he wanted to get rid of that knit button there. Those were handed out during the hand. Nice try, Izzy.
Sure. Wow. Ace King. Somehow a seat kind of dodging the damage, as a more traditional 3-bet pre-flop would have been met with at least a king on the flop, if not a 4-bet before seeing the king on the flop. So, you know, things could have gotten pretty bad there.
Yeah, we did see the ace-8 diamonds jam against jacks early on with an ace-queen getting folded, but this one was played much slower.
The king 10 was the splash top.
Yeah, that was the splash top. That's what I wanted to say.
Kara doing a nice job tonight, dealing out some great hands.
It was like a limp tide, and then it got so big.
Nobody just slapped it, swallowed that.
Sick day. Oh, honey, what happened to hey, handsome boy?
He was here yesterday. No money, no honey.
Oh. Oh, honey, I still got 50 to play. Honey, what you
Battle of the trash.
Absolute trash, yeah.
Is
call.
What? Floating with 10 high, which is somehow the best hand. And John's like, yeah, I bet the flop, and you can have who knows what. So let's just keep betting.
All my cash is on the table.
Izzy still calling with just 10 high, and he gets counterfeit. What am I watching? This will be a chop pot if we get to showdown. Can John find the 3rd barrel? It appears so. He's already bet flop and turn, and is now going to bet 375. And Izzy, who may have just gone from non-believer to, okay, what the hell? Do I call to try and chop?
He does.
Oh my good lord.
Okay, we're fixing to do this drawing, this 50-50 raffle.
John's just like, yeah, I don't know. I play that.
What are we? I really thought he was going to raise him on the turn, not just call. And just the weirdest river to come out. 10 high
Yeah,
versus 9 high.
It's bizarre. It's really bizarre.
It has been a
I
bizarre
mean,
night, Aaron, to say the least. People new to Texas Hold'em Poker, yeah, have fun. trying to learn something tonight.
Wow.
Anything goes in Texas poker, baby.
Oh, wait, that's a chop, right?
Yeah, chop pots do not equal a win of the nit game.
Gotta earn it. I should have checked re-raise and you should have re-raised me. That's how you earn it.
We thought that's what you were doing there, Izzy, but trigger finger just didn't squeeze.
I told you. He's that sick. He would have done it. He sniffed it out. He would have sniffed it.
I have to go all in right away.
I gotta go all in. That's why I'm playing. To get you full.
Oh, wow. Jeff Boyer, you're right. I'm sorry, 977162.
Yeah!
Couple of red sevens for Eric.
6-2.
Make it 50 to go.
6-2. There's no way you win.
And a seat who had limped the button is going to assemble a call. He will get to play with 2 overcards in position.
Ended with a 2. 6-2, you heard?
7 ball, corner pocket.
Yeah, with the ace on board as well. Going to be tough sailing here for a seat. Certainly calling at least the first wager of $75. 5 of clubs, not particularly threatening either. Now on the turn, Eric with 265 in the middle, going to size up with an overbet to 300. And a seat quickly makes the call. That's got to be really good news for Eric, as the river will fully brick out. Yeah, now you're thinking, okay, if he can pay off an overbet on the turn, now that the front door draws have all, or front door and back door draws have all missed, gotta be able to go for another huge bet, at least pot, perhaps even another overbet. And I think if you do overbet the turn and get called, I think it's a mandatory overbet on the river. See if he agrees with that.
Did he just go short, just short of pot here? No, he did go over. Yeah, did go over. Good bet.
What was it, 12 what?
Just a little bit too much, though. Even with all those draws missing, as Seat says, you know what? You got to be up to something here. And
It was a 2 at the end. It was a 2 at the end.
oh, he mucked his hand. He mucked his hand. He doesn't get rid of the nit button.
Nope. It's the second time tonight that's happened. The second time on a set or a boat, as Izzy had a set of aces last time.
The one time we don't want to know.
That's filled up.
You're so invested in the hand, you forgot about that.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah, that's what happens. You get so interested or so invested in how the hand's playing out that you forget that you've got this little side game going on. And yeah, I think at least for most of us, I think there's a tendency to be more open to showing a bad hand versus showing a good
100%, yeah.
And so when you have a really good hand like that, you know, a set, you can't wait to muck it so that everybody is left wondering.
Yeah, it is a raise. I forgot to show.
Yeah, he forgot. 35. Made it 35, 2 full, 3 4.
Mark waking up with another big pair here. Pocket tens. I get 3-bet by John with a 92. Just going to bring in some more. And Mark says, "Oh no, no, no."
John gonna make the call here. I mean, this is pure street poker.
Yeah, NETWORTH
Until
game.
Nick is in there.
6-3 off.
And Izzy as well with the 10-9. The pocket tens are either dominating the nearest hand or just an overpair to everyone else in the hand. This is unbelievable.
Everybody now has a pair.
375.
And John goes into the shirt and starts betting with his 9 deuce. Until Nick makes the call as well, so he's already in there with these 2 players left to act behind. Izzy's got to be like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to fold a 9. I called it with 9-10 off. Like, what the hell do I do now?
And if Izzy makes the call, what do you do if you're Mark, you know?
I mean, you have the 10 of clubs.
10 of clubs, yeah.
Oh, no, he lets it go. Oh, my God.
The
what
battle
is going
of the turds. 6-3 and 9 deuce.
I just... Oh, my God. It gets even better for John. He stuffs it.
That is
Until
part of
Nick.
running good, Mark. You dodged a big bullet.
You can't turn over like in a blow.
John is amped, dude. He is absolutely amped. Sassy, welcome back from the dentist.
Uh-oh.
Everything turned out all right.
It was a frowny face dentist. Is that just because you hate the dentist, or are they cracking on you a little bit? I am not a fan of the dentist myself, even though my dentist is my buddy.
You might not fold. They put me on a flush draw. That's the problem.
Classic. 20 to play. Anybody want anything to drink while she's here?
All right, Jack 10 suited, a real hand here for Izzy.
5, 6 folds, 7 folds, 50 to play. 9 folds, 1
All right, 3 players, all playing suits, are going to a flop. Clubs would be bad news for Izzy. There's only one of them out there, and with a couple of spades. Nobody connecting in terms of pairs, so king high is best.
I think it's just like room town.
Ooh, that sounds painful and expensive, but glad you got it sorted out there, Sassy. Eesh. I don't have a lot of, you know, sort of phobias or anything like that, but I will say that, you know, cracking a tooth or breaking a bone, you know, that sort of thing definitely
That time I was bluffing too. That time I was fucking bluffing, guys. Damn it. That time I was
doesn't make me feel good.
Definitely not laughing at you, Sassy. We're laughing at Izzy, who, for the second time, has forgotten to get rid of the nib button by not showing his hand.
Seriously, that happened to you and me twice?
Yeah, and now not only has Izzy done it twice, but his table mate a couple seats to the right has also done it. So it's going around.
And he said what we were talking about too. He's like, I was even bluffing there, you know, like I wanted to show that one, and he still didn't.
Yeah. Also got Mr. Tony Ferguson joining us in the chat as well. Welcome.
What's going on, phony? Is he going to try to go clubbing again? Oh, Zach, no thanks. Those run in my family, and I have been fortunate to not have a kidney stone yet, so I don't want either of those, tooth pain or kidney stones. I will pass, pun intended.
OnTilt Nick here going to get the job done. No, he's not. Izzy is 4-bet clicked him. And Nick calls. He doesn't quite have 325 left, but he's got, I mean, a pittance.
One hard.
And, wow, it's king high. Izzy connects.
All in. I think the call.
Yeah, just not much left. He's just going to have to call here. Try to get lucky.
10 on the turn.
Ace 10? Ace? Oh, my God.
What? Wow. Izzy's running bad here tonight. I mean, had a couple of sort of gifts early on, and then has just been handing out gifts or getting coolered.
Yeah, the last bet there was not 325. Looks like 4, 5, 6, 725.
785 total.
785. Chunky.
785 total.
Little hit as he took there.
Yeah, because that was like 1100 pre-flop as well.
Yeah, got it in good, and bink, bink for OnTilt Nick. Yeah, these chips have been going back and forth between those two players tonight.
Yeah, the first big collision, pocket kings versus ace-4 off. Izzy going for the 5-bet jam after he 3-bet the open from Nick in early position, and then got 4-bet and was just like, and it was the weirdest thing too. It was an opened or a 3-bet to 300, and then it was just 1435 or whatever the hell he made. It was the most awkward number ever.
And he says, "Monkey scoop."
Oh man.
35.
Yeah. Take him to the Chrissy. Yeah,
Here for one flow.
One fold. Two fold.
All right, 35 is the wager. Couple of callers coming along. Corey being one of them out of the big blind. And whiffs the flop. Corey has really just struggled to put anything together here so far outside of the one double up, but courtesy of the double up is still sitting on about 1700, so has a sizable stack to work with. Izzy, though, going to take this one down, betting the top pair.
I know, I saw it.
At this point, it just feels like you're doing it on purpose.
That's why I'm just cover it up, yo. I'm gonna lose it first. Didn't win this
Did he just not get rid of the knit button again?
Nah, that would be a fucking highlight. First losing the streak.
Did he just drag a small pot there and forget again?
Yep. Burying them under the chips up front is, or burying the knit button under the chips up front is probably not the smartest move. I think I would put it like, I don't know, at this point I would strap it under one of my little bracelets or like hang it in my sunglasses, like something to just force me to recognize that I have that thing.
Yeah, I remember we had a player on here, Mr. Ryan, who plays a lot of PLO. Rye guy was like, I'm just gonna have to put this on my forehead because he had not gotten rid of it twice as well. I think I just put that thing way out in front.
All in.
Ooh, bad timing here for Ace Poker. However, he is up against Izzy, who's kind of running bad. So if you're going to get it in dominated against someone, maybe he's the guy. I hate to say that, but man, it is tough when you're the guy throwing the party every hand. Can't seem to get one to stick.
No worries there, Phony. We kind of talked about it right at the start. Recorded this last night, but we're doing the commentary with you guys. That way we can engage the chat. So we don't have a clue what's happening as it's going either. So it's been fun tonight.
Izzy does put in the 4-bet, takes it up to 2,000, and OnTilt Nick here, who just doubled up, is now looking at the queen jack off and is like, no, I can probably let this go, and does.
No monkey scoop part 2, huh?
Ace Poker gonna need to find a 5 or some sort of way to chop, perhaps. So far, not
7?
looking too great.
No, 7.
And is gonna brick it out. Ace King high, good for Izzy. And yeah, the queen jack would have been good if he just monkey ripped it in there. He would have gotten called and doubled up.
And he'd be saying monkey scoop.
All right, so Izzy gets some back just from a different player and does finally release his knit button after the 3rd time he won a hand.
Everybody still has their button because you keep winning the hand.
Shout us out, Nick, next time you're on a stream with the loud monkey scoop when you get a big one.
Barrels to 20, please. Sorry.
Barrels to table 20. More chips coming.
All right, looking at the VPIPs there, John leading the way, 54%. Izzy right behind at 51, and then it drops off a little bit all the way down to about 22%, I think I saw there at the bottom end for Ace Poker.
Yeah, thank you, Sassy. That we decided this was probably the best way to do it since this kind of group of guys wanted to do 2 straight nights of live streaming and kind of take over, and so we said, hey, well, we want to be able to engage with the chat. That way you guys aren't just chatting with air out there.
Izzy here, the original raiser, King 8 off. Yeah, just let it go. It doesn't have a knit button to get rid of anymore. A bit too much going on out there, so does fold, and John will make the call. 3 players going to see a flop.
I'm picking the 8-5 of diamonds, and I swung and missed. Not a single diamond.
I mean, in terms of who's going to win this hand, though, all 3 players are going to see a turn, so it's anybody's game. 8-5 of diamonds picks up a gutty.
Yeah. It's a deuce out there.
Or really a full up and downer. No, the board is, yeah, it's not what's on the screen.
Check.
Open up, please. Pair 3.
All right, Corey is going to take it down with the pair of 9s. Nobody wants to show their shitty hand, but somebody show their cards. For the love of God, let this end.
For the love of all things holy. 9 ball.
Corey showed the king, and that got the on-tilt Nick with the pair of threes a little bit excited, like, I can beat that. Yeah, there's a 9 behind it.
Here is our stacks, Aaron. We got not Mark up 8,000. John in seat 1 up 4.5K. Everybody else just up $100 or so. And then we've got Izzy Ace at the bottom of the barrel down there, -4 and -5K.
Yeah, Tony, the graphics on screen were incorrect. It was actually just a pair of 9s for the king 9 that was best. The straight did not come in for the 8-5, but even though that is what it showed on screen.
Yeah, it was a deuce instead of that 10 that it showed on the graphics there.
Yeah, my head's going to hurt.
We've basically got a family pot here, as it was a bet of 35, and everyone called, and what do you know, we got 6 deuce out there because somebody has 6 deuce in their hand. That would be John.
And on tilt Eric.
Oh my God.
We have 2 playing that beautiful hand, both the
It
offsuit
is.
variety.
A gorgeous hand, let's be
Gorgeous.
honest.
Yeah.
Corey here with the 10 high diamond draw.
Not communist North Korea.
It's just gonna fold though. I'm not sure what you hope to flop
With the 10-4
other than a
diamonds.
flush draw with 10-4 of diamonds. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the butt flush, it's the medium, the schmedium flush.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying you love it, but at the time it was only a 150 to him. That has now gone up substantially to 500, and these players quite deep and both sitting on a very vulnerable 2 pair. John just going to make the call, and this should be very interesting as they are both playing the same hand, and nothing changes on the turn. 10 of spades shouldn't alter the texture here too much. King 10 certainly could have improved to a superior 2 pair, but obviously multiple flush draws to be getting value from at this point. It's a half pot size bet here on the turn.
You should have a time limit, right?
Like if you just never get invited again, that's all.
The Link 1270, this looks like my home games. Lol. Yeah. This is a pretty spicy game we got going on here tonight. Thanks for tuning in.
He probably was never planning to come back anyway. I don't even think he even asked to come back.
John gonna chug the Red Bull before he makes a decision on how to proceed here. The large raise on the flop, and
Whoa.
oh my, what?
Oh wow, he already had me. I wonder what that river is though.
I was gonna say the large bet on the flop, and then the kind of almost down bet-ish half pot on the turn with all those draws out there. It almost looks like you kind of raised big with the flush draw, hoping everyone would fold. Then you got called, and now you're like, well, didn't make my flush, but I'd like to see the river for a pretty reasonable price. So you bet half pot, and then you just get your opponent to fold 2 pair. Like, wow.
Yeah, we're all waiting for.
And what are you folding because you're scared of King 10?
Oh my God.
I mean, that or a set, or
yeah.
maybe even like 10-6, right?
Right.
No, sorry, that doesn't make a King 6 was on the flop, right? It was King 6.
Yeah, King 6, King 10.
King
I
deuce.
don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, when so many bad hands are being played like these guys are doing, you know that just like every combo of everything is available. So bottom 2 pair really shrivels up. Like normally you can kind of eliminate things down to suited combinations, right? Like a lot of times you'd see that turn come off and you'd be like, okay, there should only be King 10 of hearts and King 10 of, you know, whatever it was that was remaining, and sort of make your assumptions based on that. But when every offsuit combination is in there of everything, those sort of analyses don't really work anymore.
Ace Poker getting it through with the pocket jiggities there.
And he just stuffs it too. He's
Yeah.
just like, I don't know. Go for it. And then we're going to see a flop and turn and river and everything just for funsies. Looks like he would have flopped a set.
Wow, he really had 6 deuce, bro. God damn.
Okay. Alright, that was it for me, dude. Dealer coming in. Thank you
I mean, it was a
so
good
much.
fold, bro. I would have got a 6 on the river.
What's the bomb pot?
Is it
I was hoping for a deuce on the flip.
Yeah.
I don't care what we do. Can we do a bomb pot? But
Yeah, let's do a bomb pot.
Yeah, 50-50 turn. We both get happy like a
50?
motherfucker.
It's a bomb pot, bro. It's gonna get up there anyways. Make it
Brother, 50
25.
bring it, brother, please. Y'all want to play bomb pot?
All right, dealer change and an argument about whether to play a flip or bomb pot.
Okay. 25, 25. All right.
All right, so $25 bomb pot on the dealer change. We'll see who gets stacked
Yeah, me too.
on this one.
Okay, good.
Y'all want to do a $25 double board bomb pot?
Yeah.
As we get the cards washed up and dealt out, quick reminder here that this weekend, running through Memorial Day, we've got the Memorial Day Madness weekend down at Texas Card House in Houston. 100K guaranteed tournament, $300 buy-in with multiple day one starting flights running from Wednesday, that's tomorrow, all the way through Sunday. Final flight going to be a turbo flight in the morning leading into day 2 there on Sunday, along with a Memorial Day 50K guarantee, $300 buy-in kicking off on Memorial Day Monday at 2 p.m. The 2 massive tournaments, one amazing weekend only at Texas Card House in Houston.
You feel better?
All right, we've got some neighborly love over here in the 2 and 3 seat. These guys knocking each other's chips over.
You can't get bluffs through a
Still 50 cap. Let's keep this one real polite. Hello!
Again, this is a $25 double board PLO bomb pot. So we're going to start with 225 in the middle. John flopping the 9-high flush on the bottom board along with a straight flush redraw. And wow, there is the straight flush, but it's on the wrong board. Ace Poker going to pick up a set of queens on the top board.
Come on, y'all. Let's try to chop some shit up. There we go.
But we have a $15 bet. I don't even know how that's allowed, but it is, and we're doing it. And yeah, the graphics are saying bet 25. That's the minimum bet that the graphics think is allowed. And honestly, the way it should be. But everyone going to call for 15, and this pot's going to be a little bit goofy.
Good Hello! Gutter got that.
All right, so the flopped 9-high flush for John is going to finish as the best hand, as not even marked with a 6 or a seat with a 6 in hand can improve to a full house. Top board looking for a king 10, not going to find one. It's really just going to be the ace king. Ace king, the best hand on top. It just. Oh, the 9-high flush got folded, so it's the 6, the ace 6 on bottom that's playing best. Sorry, I was.
Oh, nice hand.
All the best hands folded, and a C is going to scoop because better hands folded. Oh my God! What just happened?
Nice hand there,
Hey,
see?
welcome to Texas, slow roll.
I just, yeah.
Oh shit, no,
I
it's
don't know.
holde'm. My bad, my bad, my bad.
You got it.
And that's the man Julian dealing for us. Julian's usually active in the chat, chiming in, trolling me sometimes. Gotta love it.
Hell no. Fuck.
Why, Corey?
Bro, there's already action.
Yeah, they're asking for a round of each right now, like there's not enough action.
Let's do a round of each, man. There's not that much time left.
Fine, do a round of each. Fuck it up. I don't care. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, this motherfucker's done anyway, brother.
Sounds like they might be doing a round of each, Aaron. We shall see.
Well,
Starting on this button. Because they're changing the format of what's actually being advertised.
Seriously.
No.
Everyone.
yeah. I mean, I'm not sure that that's allowed in the graphics, right? Like whether or not we can. Obviously, you can add in a hand of PLO bomb pot or whatever, but I think that's like a specifically coded thing. I'm not sure how easy it is to just on the fly tell it, okay, now we're playing PLO. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's totally doable, but I don't fly that thing. I sit here and talk words at you guys and stuff, so that's about all I know how to do.
We just get on here and ramble.
Yep. And them words is hard. Can't even imagine what trying to run this operation would be like. All right, I'm gonna shut up with the accent now.
Your 5 years plus in Texas has got your accent doing well.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Mark says that it's doable as long as they know before the hand is dealt. Yeah, I mean, seems like it should be just a a toggle or something that you change, what hand is or what game's being played. But like I said, I don't know. I haven't really interacted on that end of things, as it's going to be top pair versus second pair. OnTilt Nick also has the ace of hearts, so working at some backdoors that do not connect. Top pair for a seat, still good, and he will bet 75. And a tiny tickle on the end, $15 block bet from OnTilt Nick with the pair of tens. Does just get called, so gets to set his price at 15 instead of potentially paying off a heftier wager.
All right, we got our man a seat on a little heater piece here. Got him cracking a smile. And we've got, what, 2 knit buttons left here?
Yeah, Mo and Mark definitely holding on to theirs. Nick has restacked his chips, but Corey has not. I can't be certain if there's a knit button lurking under there or not.
Flo Hold'em saying Mo is a pretty good player. He's a grinder from Toronto. Gotcha. I know I've seen him around Las Colinas, I think, before. Playing some 2-5 and bigger.
He's earning himself some light call downs, shipping it in and calling off with 8 deuce. Things of that nature early on in the program. So Mo definitely
opposite of a grinder.
Yeah, I mean he came to party.
He came to party.
All right, Izzy here came to party as well. Ace 10 off. Gonna bump it up to 350 over a seats open to 80. 2 red 6s. OnTilt Nick is in there with 9-5 off. And now sort of juicing the pot up enough for a seat to come along, and he's going to set mine with the 6s. Got $1,100 in the middle. And it comes 8 high. 6 is looking pretty good. OnTilt Nick does make a pair of 5s, which are second best, potentially dangerous for him, as is he going to check the 2 overcards?
Yeah, definitely don't see a seat folding here with OnTilt Nick being the person to put the money in the pot.
Yeah, I mean, committing a sizable chunk of his stack with that bet as well. After the call from a seat, we've got about 2,000 in there, and OnTilt Nick about 1,600, and wow, it's a turned set for a seat.
He said, "That's a good card for me." A seat said, "Yeah, brother, that's a good card for me too."
Wow. Yeah. You need a 7 and a 7 only, because you are in bad shape. That's not a 7.
That is a full house.
All right, so we'll have to do a little bit of inventory here just to make sure that a seat has Nick covered. And once we get that sorted out, we will pull all the chips over, and a seat is gonna chip up to not quite 6,000, but up a healthy 3,800. Corey up a trip to Taco Bell. He's up $31, and everyone else up or down substantially more than that.
You know, it's funny, Aaron, being that this was recorded last night, I just heard them call my name. Eric V, your 1-2 seat is available. And I wish I could just go back into that screen and tell that former version of myself from yesterday that to not go and sit on that table. But
yeah,
it was actually the 1-3 or the 1-2 round of each game that ended up getting me. But that's okay. We had fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that comes with the territory, right? Winning and losing. But I feel you. There are definitely those times where you sort of wish that you would have just, sat on the couch and played video games or something, with the hopes that that losing session that was like really awful and you just kept getting wrecked by set over set or whatever all night, like somehow would have translated into that never happening to you again, like ever in poker. And it's like, no, you just have to suffer through that sort of thing because, it's just one big statistical shit show, and you're going to get wins, you're going to get losses, and they just part of the game. Like Michael Tilton here, losing 100 TCH Live loyalty points by rolling a 1. Better luck next time.
Famous name there, Michael Tilton, but don't think he's the former pastor that was on TV with my childhood.
Oh.
We welcome you here, though, either way.
All right, both players flopping a pair. Corey with the superior pair, with the toppest. And the top kicker, not Mark, has a pair of 5s. Check called the flop. Corey here, double shuffling and thinking of a size, perhaps, or just zoned out. Oh, here we go. 225 is the bet, and a quick call from Mark to the river. No help for the 6-5. Corey does a double check here. He does have the ace of diamonds. At this point, losing to something like queen jack off, maybe queen 5 suited that has just decided to stick around. But plenty of sort of jack 10, king jack out there to try to get value from. And he is going to go for a bet. I like it. 500 there on the end. Does not get paid, but wins the pot without showing down.
That's nice.
Fuck you, Corey.
Nick game's still on.
Mark dropping F-bombs. Michael Tilton saying, not related.
And I like the other side of the coin there, which is that Mark has a knit button. So you should go for thinner value against a player that is still participating in the nit game, just because they're going to be that much more incentivized to try to hero call against a bluff in order to win the hand. So I really like the decision to bet 500 there on the end.
Yeah, I agree.
And a lot of us will see that overcard peel off and just immediately be like, oh, I don't have top pair anymore. Like, that could be bad for me, and just kind of shut it down and just check back, right? But, yeah, recognizing the situation there, goes for the value. Love to see it.
Yeah, if Mark by any means thought he was good there, he's definitely going to put in a call. Chose not to go with the 5. Everybody's stealing his cards and looking at him. They're like, we want to see how nitty you're playing tonight, Corey.
They just reach over and grab them too. Like there's just no boundary. That's like, these are our cards.
We get to see how you play, Corey.
Yeah. I mean, Corey does put in the chunky 3-bet to 300. Izzy here, the original raiser, after it had just been limped to him on the button. He already got himself up a creek for a, massive pot earlier with the ace-4. He is going to think better of it this time and get out of the way. But Mark, Jack-6 suited, knows that Mo is out of the hand, so he's just got to win. If he can win the hand, Mo will lose the nit game, and there it is, top pair.
Mark refuses to be the mayor of Nit City.
2 overcards and backdoor straight and flush opportunities is enough for Corey to continue. And a lot of additional equity there on the turn, picking up a gut shot and a flush draw. And now the sort of exact opposite of what we just saw play out in that previous hand is in effect now, where Corey recognizes that Mark can call with all kinds of garbage, hoping to win the nit game, and he may have something like a 2 or a 3 that, if Corey just keeps his foot on the gas here, is going to be able to blow those hands out of the water and take this pot down at some point. If not now, maybe later. Does go just 1/3 on the turn after picking up all that equity. And yeah, I understand wanting to see that river card for a reasonable price, or perhaps just win the pot for a small bet, but I don't know. I think you can apply a lot more pressure there, perhaps with a substantially larger bet. But Corey does set up a pot-sized river jam, and he does go for it. So perhaps just going for the pot-size river bet.
Yeah, Mark went into check call mode here. I thought he might actually try to put in a big check raise on the turn and just take it down, get rid of the nit button. But this is what you kind of set yourself up for sometimes, is having to make a tougher decision when your opponent puts you to the test here.
I don't know about you, Eric, though, but when I've been running as hot as Mark has tonight, and I flop top pair after calling with Jack-6, like, I don't care that my opponent is triple barreling. I'm just going with it.
Yeah, and you got 11K. Right. You got 11K in your stack.
I'm gonna lose fucking $3,000 trying not to lose this fucking nit.
Mark convinced that he's losing this hand if he puts the money in. Corey should be both appreciating and kind of hating that at the same time, because the way that Mark stated it was, I'm about to do this. I'm about to lose $3,000 for no reason. And Corey's like, no, you should fold and, save the money. Mark trying to figure out how much of his profit is going to go into the middle here if he makes the call, because that's what he's down to. Is just like, oh, I don't want to lose all this money I won.
bluffed, he bluffed, he bluffed.
Oh my God.
Nice.
Not
I
Mark.
thought he had
Zero
a 3.
call.
I thought
And gets rid of the knit button.
Nice,
And Mo sees the bad news. He's going to be our knit button loser.
Yeah, and a tough spot there for Corey. I mean, he picks up so much equity. He sizes it so that he's got a big river jam. Yeah, just doesn't get it through. And Mark there stacking more chips is going to be an even bigger winner.
Man, I think King Deuce offsuit, I almost shipped it. I shipped King Deuce offsuit, I win again.
He won, right? Yeah, he won. I had a 3.
All right, so Corey looks like he's going to buy back in for $100 to try to play the splash pot.
200 is the minimum, brother.
Huh?
200.
200 for the men, brother. They didn't establish them in. They said 20 is good too.
Kickback, no worries.
Yeah, we established a minimum of 200.
All right, I don't.
200?
Huh?
You need to make 200, right?
Yeah, he makes 200. He wants chips. He wants $100 in chips.
Another 100?
Keep that.
Throw him a fucking black chip.
Just throw him a black chip really quick. And then keep the $100.
I don't know what's going on, but I think he just got some charity to the tune of $100, and he is going to have $200 for this hand.
Yeah, I was
Flashing
noticing
red lights over here for
for Mark. Mark's in the red light district. Let's go, buddy.
Bro, I got $40. That's why I stayed.
Yeah, that was funny, Sassy, watching Julian eyeing Mark as he was taking his cards off the table and playing with his chips, trying to figure out what the hell he was going to do.
Yeah, first he grabbed like 1,000 in pink chips or whatever, and just like took them off the table and had them in his fist, like behind his head. It was just like, Mark, like there's certain things you can do, there's certain things that are frowned upon.
He was torn.
That is a good question, Joe, and unclear.
Oh no, I think this is a big blind.
OnTilt Nick is all in for $50. So when he doubled up a seat, I guess he was left with 50 bucks.
Just crumbs.
And he's going to try to spin this by playing just the 2 cards that he was dealt in this splash pot. Of course, there is a $400 splash pot a la Mo for losing the Nick game. And now we have infinite side pots to calculate, as we have the 50 for OnTilt Nick and then 200 for Corey. And I guess there is nothing after that. So we've got 2 side pots, or a main pot, a side pot, and then anything else will make yet another side pot.
Y'all play for that little side pot shit.
Can y'all reskin your cards?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Skin your cards, Ace. So C4 checks on you.
I don't let me look at the card, man.
C8 checks.
Marky!
C9
Marky! Marky said, let me get that side. Great card to see.
Mark got top pair, big kicker. Looking to scoop this one.
Yeah, pretty healthy spot here. Of course, Corey and OnTilt Nick have some danglers they could hit. Izzy on the double gutty. Who's going to be in there building a side pot with not Mark? 4 of spades changes nothing for anyone.
I'm never coming back to Texas.
And the deuce of spades will roll off. No help to anyone, not Mark, going to win there. as Mark also chiming in here on that hand against Corey.
All right. Hey, it's been real. It's been fun. It's not been real fun. Fuck Texas. Fuck y'all. I'm out.
Oh, we got the double birds there from OnTilt Nick. Not the pocket aces variety either. The double birds says it's been real and it's been fun, but it's not been real fun.
Just snap on mics and bouncing.
Well, hopefully we will see you again, obviously, tonight, being Tuesday night, as we air next week, round 2 of this crazy lineup. It looks like both he and Corey are going to take off and leave seats 2 and 3 vacant. And we'll have some new players coming in here shortly. GG's to those guys, and thanks for coming out. Corey, I think, kind of helped put this together with Nick, so thank you all for putting this lineup together. And to say it hasn't been fun would be an absolute lie there. It's been a blast. So
yeah, it really has been. We have seen some of the most ridiculous poker hands I've ever seen played here tonight. And just some wild, spicy gambling going on. That is for sure. These guys coming in here to sort of roll the dice, see where the chips may fall.
I'll probably get canceled for this, but I feel like I've lost a chromosome or 2 here watching this tonight.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, it's been challenging to identify like the thought process behind some of the moves. But
challenging is a great word.
K-Sun and Mark having a little back and forth in the chat about how that hand was played. And yeah, I mean, it's always kind of tricky to think about what hand gets to the river that feels like jamming for value, that chose the turn size the way that it was. And yeah, I mean, it's a fair discussion point, because you could say that the turn bet being sized down to go for the pot size river bet is one thing or another. It means this, it means that. You shouldn't do this with that. And I mean, you can have all kinds of different thought processes about it. But fact of the matter that cannot be denied is that Mark made the call and shipped the pot.
Otherwise, I lose.
Still no better than at least like 4 or 5 10.
Izzy here with the underpair, doesn't have a heart. Fixing a bet of 350 from Ace Poker, who really doesn't have that many chips. So this is a substantial portion of his stack. Izzy sort of recognizing that usually doesn't indicate a bluff. Let's go.
Curious to see who they get coming up here. I want to say it might be Miss Vivi that joins us on stage for a little bit, if I do recall.
It looks like you had 2 pairs. Sneaky. Yeah.
Okay. OnTilt Eric is not all in for 45-62 with Jack 6 offsuit. So there we go.
Give it a minute. Give it a minute. It could still happen.
I mean, I might just walk out the booth if that's what went down. Jeez. Head first into traffic.
What did he have? 1 second. Keeping the clubs. Oh, wow.
So we are going to get the graphics caught up here momentarily. But before we do.
Hello there. What happened to Corey? Mark kind of just was talking about that. He busted both Nick and Corey in that last hand. They were short stacked, and he sent them packing.
30. Seat 8 raised to 150. They folded around back to seat 7.
MD talking about the most organized stack there. Yeah, everybody's got a little bit of a different style. And a seat going with the lines, very neat and orderly. That I always find just a slightly tilting when there's all those little diamond-shaped gaps in between the chips, because you don't sort of nestle them into the, you know, the grooves or whatever. But then we've got like the big triangle over there for Izzy. We've got the like octagon being built by by Mark. Everybody's got their own little style. I like it. All right, so Mo and Izzy doing battle here. It's top pair on the flop for Mo. Izzy, I think, had an ace high. But now his cards are unscanned. Justin talking about a 23K pot. Well, if you know something that we don't, please don't spoil it, as we are seeing this for the first time, along with all the viewers out there. So hopefully we can go spoiler-free. Mo going to finish with Broadway straight and the uncounterfeitable nuts here. Playing just the naked queen. Checks it over to Izzy. Gonna give Izzy a chance to try to bluff him off of this. But Izzy has done enough bluffing tonight into the nuts. He did that earlier against Mark, like Mark's first hand. He tried to bluff him out with the, whatever it was, 8 high or ace high, and Mark's like, yeah, I call with the nuts.
Yeah.
So
I have king 10, and you have ace 8.
Yeah.
Ship it.
Oh, Justin says he made a bet with the announcers about the largest pot.
Austin, maybe, or Houston's live stream, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe.
Hope you win that bet.
Yeah. 23,000. That's going to be a big one. That's got to be like Izzy and Mark crashing into each other.
Yeah, Izzy, Mark, a seat. Kind of has a decent stack going, so yeah. We still got another hour and a half, though. 142 of y'all watching. Thanks again for tuning in and listening to Aaron McAvoy and Eric Van Loosen here in Dallas, Texas. Been a great game so far.
That's a race?
I'll get it.
Seat 6 calls, seat 7 calls.
John H. chiming in. Says good call. To Mark? Absolutely. And Justin said, yeah, yesterday's stream in the afternoon. Yeah, so that must have been the 2-5 game here out of Austin. Six deuce deuce, a little bit of deja vu here for the 6 deuces, but nobody has those this time, and Izzy will take it down with the ace high and a bet.
Yeah, that was one of the more perplexing hands of the night for sure. The John and Eric with the 6 deuce. What was it? 6 ways to a flop. a raised pre. Somehow 6 deuce. Both hit 2 pair. Eric bluffs him off of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not bluffs as much as just bets enough to get
Bets him off.
John
bluffs,
to fold the 2 pair. Yeah, to like a very innocuous turn card too. It's just like the 10 of spades.
Thank you, Michael there. Michael Tilton saying thumbs up to the stream. We appreciate that.
Justin also encouraging everyone to hit the thumbs up button. So yes, if you haven't already, please do. Help us out. We always appreciate it.
Absolutely. Aaron and I have a blast doing this, so we hope you guys are having fun on a Tuesday night as well, watching some of the highest quality degeneracy that you will see on these interwebs.
And here we go. We've got a brand new player coming into the 2 seat.
All right, all right.
Let's go, buddy.
Fresh money's coming in.
No. I'm just visiting. I'm from Canada. No?
Just visiting from Canada, says Mo.
2 players.
Checks through on the flop. John here still with the best of it on the king high. And the gut shot to Broadway. He's going to go for the delayed c-bet is Izzy, and even a double gutty not enough to keep John in with the king 9.
Thank you, Justin, for the kind words as well, man. We really love doing this and get so many different lineups. You know, we've got our cast of regulars that play our big games, but then we definitely get a few folks coming in here, you know, like the big social media influencer guys. We've had Wolfgang and Lexo and Mariano, all kinds of folks. Poker Face
Poker
Ash,
Mama.
Poker Mama, and soon to be Aaron Money McAvoy on the stream. We just don't know when yet. But we're getting him on here because it's been requested, my friend.
Well, it would be fun. I would definitely enjoy that. Although, yeah, I can't be certain whether I would want to play a game more like this one, where it's just like a bunch of people blasting away, or if I would actually want to go in and play with JD and John, you know, all the crushers.
100%. That's who we want to see you play, because they always add in a few, you know, wild cards with those guys as well. So. Marshmallow McAvoy coming in.
All right, Izzy here, ace jack of hearts. Sees this 3-bet to 250 in front of him from Mo out of the small blind, and he's going to go for the cold 4-bet to 600. And Mo here, quite deep. Is he certainly capable of doing all sorts of nefarious things, but he's mostly been doing it earlier in the stream. And wow, Mo is going to ship this. I think 4,500 is not quite right. I think it's a fair bit less than that, but nonetheless, Izzy snap calls, and we've got a race for about 10K. And what a flop that is. My goodness. Safe turn card. Mo needs to fade the river, and he does. A pair of 8s.
Izzy wanted him to hit a set of 8s. Did not come. Ace Jack goes up in flames.
This is the first fucking pair I get. Actually, I had jacks against that guy. But
So yeah, I see something more like 3,400 maybe there. So graphics off by about 1,000, I would say. Go ahead and get this counted down, and Izzy's gonna do another round of doubling up. This time for Mo.
Pair's going in, brother.
33, 34-ish.
I need to get a pair first.
Either way, a full double for Mo, ripping it with pocket 8s, and Izzy with the snap.
Yeah, you don't love getting snapped. I don't know if there was a discussion after the cards, or after the call had been announced about whether or not Izzy had a pair, but yeah, you don't love ripping it all in and getting snapped when you have 8s.
Yeah, it's light right now.
This is very light.
I already lost 4 flips.
I haven't seen the ship before.
Yeah, there's a reason why those 2 are gone.
Yeah, there's a reason there's 2
Yeah, we've talked about that. We still, I think, have Wednesday as an option. as you know, one of those options where we could do another stream if necessary. Not to take away from the Tuesday stream. We've done some 1-3 streams in the past, and I know we've got a lot of players that would like, you know, playing in a little bit larger, you know, 1-2, 1-3 game, capped at 800 or 1,000. So y'all reach out to Mallory and see if y'all can't get something set up. Yes, you would, Mark.
I love the quotes on that. Oh, man. All right, ace-6 versus ace-4 here. First player to bet going to win, and that's Mark.
New player sits down, Mark, and you're going to just start bullying him? Man, what a jerk.
Oh, man, you got to pee on their fire hydrant. You got to mark your territory, you know?
This is number 2 Jimmy here. It's his first time on the stream.
It starts at 11 in the morning.
Oh, shit. What game is it?
It's a 1-3 round of each. Saturday? So Friday morning. Small blind mark. Yeah, that's tough for us. I know.
You were in that game? I'm here for another week or so.
And Michael Miller, yes, that was Mallory. You got a glimpse of. She likes to pop in and out, talk to the players, take some photos. Plunderific behavior. Justin sounds like he would be game to come up to Big D and get in some of that action.
And on the PLO side, we have a full table.
Nice little hand here for a seat. Gonna raise it up to 40 bucks with the ace king. OnTilt Eric just gonna make the call with the 7s. A seat has done a lot of calling tonight, but hasn't necessarily been known to raise too much.
Oh, so if someone's trying to like repot aces, all of a sudden it becomes a double boy. I like
Check,
that.
check.
Wow. Okay.
Pocket 7's still best here on the turn. OnTilt Eric picking up a gut shot straight flush draw as well, and is going to go for about 2/3 pot value bet. A seat will lay it down. Yeah, it's always interesting to sort of try to think about how these games all play relative to one another, because those of us that have played in a more traditional casino setting where 1-2, 1-3, 2-5, 5-10, right? Like the blinds really do determine the way that the game plays, the size of the game, the size of the stacks, right? Because all these games are always capped. There's always rake. There's always, you know, like really tight players. You know, it just kind of creates its own environment in that sort of space. But then you come to Texas and it's like, wait, like how do we try to translate our 2-5 to what other people play in a casino? And that is not an easy task.
Yeah, not a lot of 30 big blind opens, you know, from under the gun in a Vegas 1-2 game, but you'll see a $60 open out of nowhere from a player here in Texas in a 1-2 game. Not normal, but you'll see it.
Yeah, and it is kind of funny too. Like you'll go to Vegas or you'll go to some casino someplace, and yeah, in a 1-2 game, like people are opening to $6 or $7 or something, and like if you were to make it 15, they would look at you like you were from another planet.
Yeah,
and like 15 is like pretty standard.
Super
here,
standard.
You know,
yeah.
You kind of look around, you're like, wait, what did I do? Like I just opened the pot. Like 7.5 big blinds? Are you mad?
Pocket 7 show up again here. Not Mark's got him this time. Pocket 3s and pocket 5s go into the muck from Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy's still pretty fresh to the table. Plus, Corey and Nick are no longer at the table, so the dynamic has definitely changed a little bit. But Jimmy's still getting his bearings, putting 150 out there with pocket fives. You know, usually not a great plan at the $5 big blind. So it makes a lot of sense to just let that one go. Mark here is going to be outflopped. John with the best of it, top pair. Backdoor spades working as well, but everyone is going to stick around except for the pocket threes. We've got those off the board now. Izzy going for the flush draw, the front door variety. John picking up the backdoor flush draw.
Oh shit, we got a super pro sitting down. Oh shit.
Oh, it's Galoo.
All right. Full table once again. Let's go. Checky over to John on the button. With the pair of nines and the flush draw, he's going to check it back for a little pot control, and he's going to get the backdoor spades. Is he going to finish with just a pair of sixes? And Mark with a heart and a spade and 2 sevens. He's kind of got all of the key cards here, really. As he's the only player that could have sort of 7-8 of hearts, the 7x of spades, you know, some of these things that make some sense. But it's Izzy that's going to go for it. He's going to bet 1,200. Sevens are already gone by the wayside, and now it's up to John to play his jack high flush. He's going to go all in, and Izzy is like, really, again?
Oops.
How many times am I going to bluff into the nuts tonight?
He's like, can I fold, or is it enough to let this pair of sixes go?
Yeah, I mean, is he just fighting the temptation to insta-muck, right? Like anytime someone goes all in over the top of your big bluff, you feel like you should just snap fold it, but maybe there's some more thought warranted, you know, figure out how much more it is. If this guy thinks he has fold equity, then he doesn't just have to have the nuts. Now, if they go all in for like 500 more here, like obviously the chances of them bluffing with just the naked ace of spades and like whatever is very slim. But I mean, that's what he's kind of thinking here now, right? Is like, does he just have ace of spades, 8 of diamonds, or what? Like, who knows? Like, I don't know how you get here with that hand. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but trying to find something that he beats. But it's 2,500 more to call.
Wow.
Izzy there going a little bit off the reservation as far as hero calls go, one might say, but it has the 8 of hearts. Does have a pair. It's kind of tough to get to this stage and then go all in over the jam if you don't just have a flush. So he's either got a flush or he's probably got nothing, and a 6 will beat the nothing. So does decide to put it in, and John going to be the recipient of Izzy Claus once more. Gonna chip up to almost 9,000.
Wild, wild stuff there.
What's up, Matty?
How you doing?
Chillin', player, chillin'.
Good. 'Cause Eddie, how much you in for? Like, huh? Oh, it's not good. Thank you. 905. Even for 905. 905. I don't see. You're not adding on, are you?
Debating. How much time we have left? Nah, 30. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Take 10 minutes to buy $10,000.
Literally. Make you sign a bunch of small
You'd be tilted just standing there.
Is that only when it's over 10K? You have a sign?
Nah, you take like 8 or 9 or some shit. You're alright, but they see you do like multiple times.
Are you straddling?
Oh, yes, yes, it's all.
6 straddles, 10, extra 2. Get your player's card to get ready.
Yeah, so what Izzy's down to just a few $100 now.
And yeah, now we got Galoo in the 3 seat with a octagon of red chips.
We didn't need it. We really didn't need it. It's just a Nick game.
Jimmy here, gonna get his feet wet, raising from the button with the 8-7 of spades. Gonna get called in 2 spots.
Yeah, I'm here till maybe like 10 more days. No, I just came to play cards. You know, I love playing cards in Texas. It's no rake.
King high still best.
They don't have rooms over there?
But checks over to Jimmy on the button, and he is going to continue with 2 immediate overcards, backdoor spades. A lot of sense there. Makes a lot of sense to continue betting with that hand, and just takes it down with 8 high.
I love hearing that. Mo's kind of talking to the players about what he's doing in town. He's literally just in town from Canada to come play poker in Texas. And he mentioned specifically because there is no rake in these games. And for those who still try to argue that they don't like paying $10, $11, $12, $13 an hour versus going to a game that rakes ungodly amounts of money, you know, there's more evidence. People come to Texas from other countries to play poker because the money stays on the table. It is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it really is just an unbeatable format. And yeah, I mean, I would love to see poker rooms around the country, around the world, really, sort of shift to the model. Of course, we've kind of had a system at a lot of places where once you get above a certain stake, you start to do a time drop instead of raking the pot. But yeah, it's just far superior in pretty much every way. Izzy here limping the kings, hoping that someone is going to step in it, and he's going to get 2 players to do it. Galoo raising to 60, and Ace Poker next to act, 3-betting to 180. Izzy here. Wait, is he just calling?
I think so.
He's just calling,
Just
leaving
call.
himself dust behind.
Did not see an ace folded. It's usually not a good sign, but maybe kings will hold here.
Yeah, Galoo is out of there, so it's going to be just heads up between Izzy and Ace Poker for the remainder of it. As I can't imagine there being a flop or any such scenario within which the Ace Queen is not willing to, you know, put in the remaining $70. It is an all-in and a call, and the kings are well out in front. Need to fade an ace. And they do.
And they do.
And Izzy, who has played substantially inferior cards to kings all night long, is going to get the double up for $300.
He is down heaps, and everybody kind of gets a chuckle out of that double up there with kings. I don't think anybody suspected that was going to be his holding there.
No, he could have had any 2 cards.
Just in case you call, I could go all in and get you a fold.
He is down still 14.4K. Ace Poker next on the Busto zone there, down 4K. So yeah, Izzy a full 10K more than the next closest one in the red, whereas Not Mark is still up around 11,000. John up 7K, and our friend from India, Mr. Asit, sitting there up 3.7K, along with Mo. Jimmy up already a couple trips to Taco Bell. Aaron.
Yeah, he's ready to rock and roll. Up $30-some. And who else is ready to rock and roll? It's our good friend, Mr. RJ Duprizzle. What is up, my man?
Hey, what's up, partners?
What's
Chilling,
cracking,
man.
buddy?
We chilling.
We're hanging out. Ready to hang out with the fellas here on a Tuesday night.
Did you get a chance to see any of this shenanigans before
I
you
did
came
not
in?
tonight.
Been dealing today?
Yep, dealing.
Pitching them cards?
Yeah, I was pitching cards out there at Las Colinas. They kept me till the last minute tonight, but able to race over here and hang out with you guys.
Heck yeah.
Very good. Well, welcome in. We've got a limped pot all the way over to Izzy, who is going to raise it up 110 with the ace tray offsuit. Not Mark in there. John in there. Galoo in there. A seat in there. We're about to get a $110 bomb pot for your first hand in the booth here.
Let's
Mr.
go.
A sneaky 7-5 is even in there.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I walked in and Izzy had kings, so I was slacking a little bit this week.
Yeah, it's been
just
aces.
kings.
Yeah.
7 players all in there for 110 bucks. Going to see this king high board two-tone. And there are so many hands involved that we can't actually see them all on the board at the same time. But Mo has flopped the world with top pair and a flush draw.
Texas Call House, how may I help you?
on Tilt Eric. Going to join the Texas Call House now that he's open-ended.
Yeah, going to come in for a pro bet after checking through the flop. Does make some sense, as like the 4 shouldn't really change much, and if nobody bet the flop, then pretty good chance that nobody really has, a strong top pair holding or whatnot. Mo is just going to call. Still feels like his hand is strong enough to sort of allow anyone that wants to come along to come along. And a seat who flopped the up and downer is going to stick around. So 3 players still taking off a river card. 12-20 in the middle, and it's a 9.
Hello from India. 2 pair for Mo.
You guys are all fucked.
And OnTilt Eric just snap mucks his hand, like just open mucks it. And this is dirty god awful
I know
from
that
Mo.
feeling, right? You're like, oh,
Rivering
man.
2 pair, get the front door flush draw. Like this is just your board all day, every day, except for right now.
9 hundo.
God, and we've talked about this before, but there's just no better feeling than
Oh my God, I hit 2 pair on
having
the river.
someone
No
bet
way.
into you
Look at this
when you
hand.
have the nuts.
Ooh, sex flop, too.
That's fucking crazy.
Izzy called that a sex flop. I don't know what that means, but evidently you like it.
It is a sexy flop.
Very sexy flop. Mo's over here, just slamming cards down because he can't believe it, but he knows he's beat. I mean, a seat is shaking hands with John. He's laughing. I mean, yeah, a seat's got it. Whatever it is, probably queen 10. It is queen 10. So good fold.
Dragon
But,
pots.
damn. Yeah. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of the way and let you good gentlemen rock and roll here for the remainder of the evening. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in, hanging out with me here on this Tuesday night, and enjoy the rest of the show. RJ and Eric, I'll see you guys next week.
All right, buddy. Take care, man.
Good night, Aaron.
Adios.
If the turn was a diamond,
Sassy, I see you in the chat. Thank you so much for the shout out. Good to see you as well.
I don't know if she's out there playing tonight or not. I haven't been around the room much. Took a couple of bathroom breaks and got refueled with a vanilla latte, but didn't get a chance to really walk around the room. It's pretty full out there still.
It was hopping, yeah. I kind of raced through it tonight as I got here kind of last minute, but it was busy. Still 2 tables remaining in the tournament. plenty of cash games going on. I had some good energy out there for sure.
Nice. Now you are looking at two new players, seat 2 and 3, Mr. Jimmy and 2, and Galoo, who's been on our stream quite a bit in the past, joining us again. Those two are taking the place of Corey and OnTilt Nick. Corey and OnTilt Nick just didn't have a best night and decided to call tonight. And I know at least one of them is going to come back for the stream we're recording tonight, and then we'll be posting that one and commentating that live next week. But yeah, they didn't have a great night. Called it a night a little bit early. So we got a couple new players. So again, we're going, what, 6 ways to a flop here. 8 high.
Black chips, please. Thank you. Black chip, black.
That's right. We talked about your poor tooth. We talked about Sassy having a crown that got jacked up and had to get some work done. Then people started talking about painful teeth and
right.
Oh, they started talking about shoulder surgeries, and they started talking about kidney stones. Man, it was like a competition to see who had the worst pain in their life, and I was hurting. I was hurting over here just reading.
We don't want to bring the pain.
No, only on the felt.
It's good to get those dentist visits in, though. Take care of your grill.
Take care of that grill.
A lot of air here for Galoo, so Ace Poker holding 100% of the goods, but Galoo's going to fire here.
Ace Poker
really
hates that ace on the turn,
right?
But he wants to make this call. Not sure if he's played with Galoo before, but
so Galoo firing 275 right here.
And it's always weird when somebody puts, about half their stack in there. Especially a short stack. Are they really going to be trying to, value bluff?
Yeah, great bet here. This is tough to sniff out. Let's see what he thinks.
Makes the call.
He does sniff it out.
Good call there.
Yeah, nice call there. Picks up a pot with about $1,000 in it. So.
Look who's dealing, Mr. Julian, who's normally watching with us in the chat.
Yeah, Julian likes to stop by in the chat. Usually give me a hard time, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yep.
Nice hand there for Ace Poker. Rocking the Don Mattingly jersey.
Yeah, for a guy wearing a Yankees jersey, that's not a bad pot.
That is a classic Yankee, though.
Don Mattingly is cool.
Don Mattingly was classic. Thank you, Doug. That's exactly what we wanted to hear. Were you calling Ralph?
Some days are like that, Doug.
Sounds like Doug had a case of the green apple splatters.
Or the tequila sunrise.
Oh, we hope you feel better, Doug. Unless that was just a shitty joke.
Oh, my goodness.
Heck yeah, well, we're here for it, Julian. Ace high and ace high. Ace jack going to take that one down.
Oh, yeah, we got 45 minutes of heat coming at you.
That's right.
Julian.
Hand number 93.
So 132 viewers. We're only to hand 93, so we still got plenty of action left.
So because you didn't get a chance to listen early on, you were dealing over there in Las Colinas. Our seat 5 here, similar situation that you and I had where we talked to Parker
Yeah.
And a guy that watched the stream decided to get on. A seat is here, and no pun intended, he claimed a seat at our game all the way from India, and got to shake his hand last night. I was in the room, and he stopped me and asked if I was Eric and wanted to shake my hand, and said he watches the show, loves it.
Nice.
Came all the way from India, playing some cards, and he just got done playing in Cambodia with German moneymakers. So he's kind of making his rounds.
Well, there you go.
And we're blessed to have him here because he's been fun to watch tonight.
Sorry for the rest of you guys. We're rooting for him now.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll still root for a few of these guys.
And we're going to make that a seat joke at least one more time before the night's over.
Indeed.
But yeah, really enjoying it.
Let's see. We have plenty of folks getting to these flops. I know that. Usually a good recipe for some chaos.
Galoo thinking something over here, probably with some sort of a suited canooter type of hand or pocket eights. Definitely doesn't have the 8-9 of hearts, as we can see there.
So
On Tilt Nick has it.
Rip City for Galoo. He's in there.
Could it be the battle of the middle to small pairs? 5s, 8s, and 9s possible. Or an ace-8 of hearts. Probably likely for Galoo. Galoo will get it in with anything, though.
Galoo is not scared to get it in. He will move now.
And if y'all been wondering what Galoo's been doing since he's not been playing on our stream a lot lately, Galoo's actually been crushing tournaments.
I've seen Galoo in several tournaments, especially right here at TCH Dallas. He has been handling the daily tournaments.
He cashes in damn near every tournament he plays in. Some other local card rooms, and then obviously at TCH as well. So I love seeing that. I got to play with him a little bit on the round of each game last night. It was
Nice.
a lot of fun.
Yeah, Galoo's a fun guy to play with.
Got to play with Leon, our GM, and got to play with Mr. Asian J. That was a lot of fun.
That is a good crew there.
Didn't go my way, but we had a blast.
King 8 Deuce Rainbow. We know Galoo at least has an 8.
Yeah, somehow the ace-7 is still in this hand. And it looks like we're going to go to heads up. We're ripping it. 9-10 maybe for Galoo.
So Mo was able to bet out the side pot, so we're going to showdown here. Heads up, he shows his 9s.
Not 9-10. I mean, what is it? 8-7, okay.
8-7, so it's just an 8 for Galoo. 9's a hold.
Well, looks like Galoo just came in to fire a bullet and have some fun. I think this is actually when he left this table and came and joined me over at the round of each game.
Man, I thought one of you guys would try.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because I was playing last night and then to the late hours, and it was later on when Galoo came and joined me. So GG's there. Galoo, hope to see you back on the stream. We've enjoyed when you've been on in the past, but keep doing your thing, crushing those tournaments, brother.
Heck yeah, glad to see you swing by, Galoo. Yeah, the hardest part of those tournaments sometimes has been stacking chips for Mr. Galoo lately. He has been running hot.
All in on a 4-7. Seat 4 fold.
Yeah, I mean, I knew he was going all in.
Straight up the river. 4-7 out.
I'm talking about C2. I was scared of C2.
I thought about it.
Yeah, you thought about it, right? I thought you were gonna do something
right here. 7 raised to 30.
Were we supposed to do money back for the Nick game or something for production?
No, they already did it.
I can hear VV back in the background screaming, "Oh my gosh." I think she might be joining us here on stage in a minute.
Okay, let's go. VV to the stage.
How many flips
Are
did
you
we
guys
do?
doing the Nick game or are you guys doing
No, we're
flip?
doing it on the Nick game. We've only played 2 Nick games.
How many flips have we done? 3?
No, isn't it a quarter every time on the Nick game?
It's a
3
quarter
bet for
every time
Izzy
for a flip.
with the ace-9 off. Is going to take that one down, winning a cool $42. Looks like he's chipped up a little bit too since he doubled up,
25.
added on to his stack.
There you go. He's got some ammo now over there on the 8th seat. He's down quite a bit, so he's got some ammo now to make some moves, get some chips going.
Yeah, of course.
Still 144 of y'all tuned in watching this pre-recorded stream that we're commentating on live with y'all in the chat. So thank you for chiming in and making this a fun one tonight.
Yeah, kind of a unique situation. This game was played yesterday, but here we are tonight commentating for you guys as you get to watch it. We are watching it for the first time as well. So kind of cool here. And I just walked by a stream out there.
Yeah.
That's different players.
That's right.
So that was freaking me out.
And we'll get to do that one next week as these vloggers and streamers and whatnot are going to hold on to their content for another week. Another pot there for Izzy. He'll take it down, though. He has added on. He's got just under 6K now, so he definitely has some battling chips, like you said.
Yeah, Izzy will battle it out. He's not scared to get down a little bit and see what happens here.
This is the first night that you've come in for the last hour where we haven't already hit hand 100. We're at hand 97, though, so we're still close.
I did feel that a while ago when we said a 2-digit hand. I felt like I was slacking a little bit for you guys.
Did you look at the second card?
Then I took a sip of my coffee and it about burnt my face off. Coffee is cranking here. We love it. It's fantastic. The girls will take care of you, but it's hot.
This time.
You don't want to burn that face off. You know, it's built for radio.
That's right. We got to save this mug.
Camera's freezing up on us a little bit. We'll get back to the action in a second. And there we go. Our new player, Jimmy, is going to wake up to a $30 raise and 2 calls. And he's got the goods. He's got AA.
Our cameras are freezing up. They're scared of the aces. He does get to 3-bet to 175 here.
OnTilt Eric's going to call with the king-queen. He's going to have to hit more than a pair to beat those aces, though. Izzy might be in full-on screw-it mode. He is.
He's going to see a flop with the 0-5-6 off.
John's like a turtle, wanting to come out of his shell. He's going to pick a bad time to 4-bet if he does here. Looks like he just may come along, and he does. The 6-4, the 6-5, and the king-queen are all going to battle the aces here. I'm taking the aces. Well, who
See
you
if we can
got?
get a 3 and a 5 on this flop just to make it interesting. Ace, deuce, 3, top set for Jimmy.
What a flop. Top set. 2 opponents having a gut shot, sharing the cards they need. Great spot for Jimmy here, and he is not slowing down. He's going to bet top set here.
Yeah, nice little controlled bet here for Jimmy, trying to get some value out of something. Ace, deuce, 3 flop. Pretty interesting to try to get value out of that particular flop.
Turtle says, I don't want any of this.
But he does find a customer.
Goes back in his shell. He's probably trying to think what he called me with here. It's got to be some sort of a draw.
$1,100 87 already in the pot. See if he might get a little more serious here on this turn.
Full rainbow board. Not much for Jimmy to be worried about.
He does get more serious. He bets 700 or so, and that'll take it down.
Doesn't show the hand. Love that. Make him watch it later.
That's right. Top set in the muck. We'll talk to you later.
Don't let him know what you got. Don't know much background on Jimmy. Have you dealt to him before?
You still in J-Boo?
I don't recognize
Yes.
him. Have you? Okay.
I feel like that's a yes.
Okay.
He definitely looks familiar to me now. How familiar, I wouldn't say very much, but I've definitely seen him around. So, yeah, good to see him having a good time here in the stream game. Nice to see Jimmy make an appearance, but I've definitely dealt to him. Don't know much about him other than that.
And look at that. We've got 5 players right now of the 8 on the table who are in the green. Only 3 players in the red.
Not Mark with the big stack there in the 9th seat. He's been a little quiet since I got here, so it's good to see him get jumping in here with the King Jack. Raises it up to 30.
Mark sat down tonight. The knit button game was on. There was only 3 or 4 knit buttons left. He said, you know what? I'll take one. You know, I'm going to take one for the team. I'm coming in late.
Yeah.
Because a player had been knocked out. And he wakes up with kings in his first hand. Gets rid of the knit button.
King, Queen, 9 here. Pretty good flop for him. King, Jack. He will flop top pair and a gutter ball.
Actually, a player was a no-show. Mark just hopped in there for us.
Nice. Appreciate that, Mark.
Pretty sure he's happy about it, too.
Good to see you jumping in there and picking up some chips. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been crushing it tonight. A little premature there saying that Mark won the hand.
He's working on it. Yep. Yeah, Mo's going to let middle pair go, and Mark will take it down.
Your favorite hand, Mark. Yeah? My dues?
Was a 9 good?
9 was no.
9 no good? I can't call anymore.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. You're going to see it on, well, you're going to see it tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you see, Seat's having a hell of a night, but he hasn't had to be the guy that's raised. Hasn't been the opener, the raised first in.
Just
2%, yeah.
Just found a few gifts there.
Yep.
Not having to jump in there and be too aggressive.
Yeah, Izzy's been open in the majority of the pots here, and unfortunately they have not gone his way.
It's pretty much always face up over here. It's not really that.
I see all the way down to 2% for RFI, so he's just hanging out over there, limping along. Kind of the same as what you were mentioning from Mark. Doesn't open it up a lot, but he's been stacking plenty of chips.
Absolutely. Bunch of fun hands. Broadway combos.
Here we go. Some canooters, some suited canooters. Broadway's out there. Let's get something fired up.
4 players.
4 players. Kind of a big old whiff.
Kind of a big old whiff for everybody.
OnTilt Eric will land the best of it. Middle pair with his 7-8.
4 players.
And a queen. Now Jimmy holding the best of it.
Clubs might scare some folks, but
Double gutter here for Izzy.
normally that club draw is going to lead out. Izzy's going to take this opportunity to try to take this one down with that double gutter. Jimmy does not look like a believer.
Jimmy makes the call.
Jimmy cracked corn, and he don't care. And he's going to get rewarded with another queen.
Indeed. I bet he calls again. Queen of spades on the river trips up for Jimmy.
Yeah, not a good card for Izzy to continue to
And Izzy's
bluff
double
on.
gutter here missed. And he represented a queen on the turn. So he might represent it again.
Yeah, Jimmy doesn't look like a guy you make a lot of money off of bluffing.
Nice job there for Izzy, just kind of shutting it down.
Nice hand there. Julian says, thanks for the tip.
Yeah, sometimes shutting it down is the hardest thing to do, and Izzy had no problem there.
Yeah, shout out again to the 2 previous dealers, Miss Tika and Kara, and now Julian. I'm sure we'll have a new crew of folks that are going to deal our live stream for next week. They're out there dealing tonight.
Yeah, way to go, Tika and Kara, rock stars. Julian is the man we see right now. He's kind of a rock star, I guess.
Can we crack on him a little bit for wearing that old school name badge tonight?
Oh, yeah?
Didn't want to pay the $10 for the new one, huh?
Ah, the old ones are better anyway. Look at that. That's beautiful.
Leatherback.
Yeah. It's big league right there. Only thing missing is his hometown.
3 players.
3 players for this one. Queen, Jack, 4, 2 spades.
No pairs, no big draws.
Cards are on their best behavior for me right now. Another big whiffa. OnTilt Eric does have the ace of spades, and he beats an ace on the turn. That'll help.
Got this hand locked up as long as he doesn't get blown off it by anybody. Oh, scare card.
Checks it on the turn.
Anybody want to try to steal this?
Trying to be trappy for that $237 that's out there, and gets a terrible river.
Guess he's going to try it. Bets more than the pot.
300 now.
Eric's like, do I just have to think you have a king here, or I'm just going to pay you?
All right, OnTilt Eric makes the crying call at that point, but he will be happy to see his ace is good. Takes it down.
Got to give it to Izzy, though. He's not shut it down at all tonight. Kid's got no quit in him. Down heaps, but he's still wanting to steal any pot that he can.
Still got his game face on, still able to cut it up there with Mo in the 7th seat. He's having a good time.
And just like that, we got Miss Vivi in seat 3.
Vivi has made an appearance.
Finally got something pretty to look at on the chat. No offense to Izzy, pretty good looking guy himself, but Miss Vivi, more our speed. Got a pretty blonde at the table now. Watch out, boys.
There we go. The ladies are in it to win it.
She's a man-eater. She'll tell you that, too. Be careful.
I know it.
Be careful.
I know it. I believe it.
She will take your chips. Welcome to the stream, Miss Vivi. Hopefully she's in the chat if she's not out there grinding. Haven't heard from her tonight. She's going to pop in, though, for this last 30 minutes of the stream. So glad we got the table filled back up. Hand number 101.
It's pretty cool for Julian since the stream was recorded yesterday. He's actually getting to watch as it's being aired.
Critique himself a little bit.
He's sitting at home going, man, this dealer looks good. Uh-oh, we could have us a hand here. Mo is on the button with ace-king. He's made it 60 to go. Small blind has queens.
A couple of ladies, not marked with the 10-8 of diamonds.
3 bets to 300 now from the small blind. If you're going to 3-bet from the small blind into a bunch of limpers, you better bring it. And Izzy has brought it. 300 now.
Mo looking over at Izzy. He's in position with Big Slick. So many different ways to play this hand. Coming in for a 4-bet.
4 bets. Looks like 850. 850 it is.
And now you're Izzy with 2 queens, out of position, facing a 4-bet to 850.
With 900 already out there. That's not yours.
See any other option here but the 5-bet.
All in.
And it is the 5-bet, and it's the full Monty.
We'll see.
The jam.
Mo wants to race it. Let's go.
Izzy goes once. Max Payne.
9K in this pot.
Set of queens, maybe.
Queen, deuce 6. Top set for Izzy. A 10 on the turn. Woo. 4 hearts.
God, he hates that
Nobody
run out.
has a heart.
He hates that run out.
Ay, ay.
But he's going to survive as Mo only has the ace high. No heart in his hand. Is that just a nasty feeling or what, though, when you're just sitting there waiting for
that feeling
you're waiting for your
stinks,
opponent
bro.
to turn that hand over? Sick to your stomach.
Flop top set there to get those 4 hearts running and running and running at you, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is not going to work out. I'm stuck for heaps. I was counting on this top set. Safe. Safe at last. Nice double up there for Izzy.
Yeah, they're playing deep enough to where that there was a 5-bet option, you know, to not be all in, but I think Izzy just realized I've got the best hand I'm probably going to have here out of position. I want to get it in now and, you know, give him the opportunity to double me up or possibly fold if he's making a play.
And really for the squeeze, I mean, there was already 900 out there that, that he could have just squeezed out of it. So that's a nice little pot in itself.
Yeah, very nice hand. Good timing there for him.
Instead, he gets to race it out and pick up a fat one.
Love seeing a player who's stuck heaps getting a chance to get his stack back right.
Heck yeah.
With just 30 minutes to go of our string.
Yeah, nice hand for Izzy. He wins the button.
We have seen
and a big old pot.
Stacks just get built and get torched and get rebuilt. OnTilt Nick had close to 9K earlier tonight, and obviously dusted that sucker off. Just got in some nasty spots.
Been reading my poker book. That's how I do it.
Mo's another one. He's had an up and down night, and just doubled up Izzy. We'll get to those stack depths again here in just a second, where VV now has the ladies.
Queens are out again. This time, early position for the lady.
Nothing special. Oh my God.
You'll fit right in.
Hadn't seen you guys play as much, so let's just open this bad boy up for about 2 1/4, she says. 250, pardon me.
Raised to 250. She's going big time.
She's just going to open it straight up. 250. Izzy got a premium here on the button. We'll see how he handles this.
Yeah, and he's just chipped up to almost 10K. VV coming in with 2K.
And he's reaching for black chips. To heck with this 2-5 game. We're going up, kids.
And she's got one move and one move only, and that's to rip it.
The 3-bet is on for 1,100. There's the rip from VV. Queens are in there. So Izzy now.
She's in such good shape here. 70-30.
Izzy now on the short side facing queens.
Now she's got to dodge the ace and the jack.
Picking up the gutter ball here.
Oh.
Jack ball. Oh, my goodness.
And Izzy's not even looking yet. She's already got her hand turned over.
Ooh. Gutter ball.
Oh, it was ace-king, not ace-queen.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, little card read there, but either way.
Either way, the ace-king's going to win, but we were all excited about the gutter ball. Kind of, sort of, I guess. Well, that's rude when the card reader throws us a curveball and we totally do not hit it out of the park.
And did the prettiest guy at the table just knock out our only lady?
That worked out.
Is Vivi done?
Vivi swung in for a hand.
He's so tempted.
I think our camera is even ashamed. It doesn't want to look up.
Beautiful skyline table, though. Yeah, Vivi is up from the table.
Vivi is up from the table. She went busto, back to back. Big hands for Izzy there. Queens hold for him. Queens do not hold for Vivi as the ace king.
Yeah, picked up what, 4K on the first one and about 1100 on the second one. Nice heater.
Oh, she had the full two, almost the full two.
She did have the two?
Yeah, I think she had a 1.9. So
Keep getting abused over here.
Izzy slowly digging himself out of that almost $15,000 hole.
Sweet little heater there for Izzy.
I already feel like I made a comeback. Shit.
That's a pretty fucking big comeback, bro.
How about waking up with aces?
What's next?
What's next, Izzy?
Ace is in the cutoff now. So let's see here. We had queens in the small blind. He doubled up, picked up about 4K. Ace queen on the button.
Ace king.
Ace king, pardon me.
It was a mystery, but yeah.
Picked up another 2K, and now we have aces in the cutoff. That's a pretty strong 3 hands.
He is going against an aces cracker type of hand. 10-9 of spades, and wow, here we go.
2 spades on the flop, jack deuce 6.
Plenty of action left on this stream.
Was there anybody sitting here before?
No, they saved it for you. They said big cannon is coming, and then first hand kings.
And what are we at? 4K effective between Eric and Izzy here.
I thought maybe Nick had busted him or something. And he oh man, Homo was in that like 10.
So Eric's going to lead out here, 125.
When I sat down?
No,
He had 8.
2700.
He had 8.
No.
When I sat down.
He bought him for 200.
Look,
oh, yeah.
When I jammed all in on him with my
Izzy wasting no time. He's going to put the raise in right now.
Yeah, I like that. With the obvious spades out there, anybody with a jack, you don't want them hitting 2 pair on you without charging them. Just put the pressure on now. Heads up.
So he raises it to 690, gets the call. We got 1500 in this flop now. 4 of diamonds.
Brick City. OnTilt Eric's got a little over twice the pot left in his stack. Izzy does have a spade blocker.
Oh my god.
He had 2 and he ran it up to like 9, and then the 2 other people that went all in had like 9.
He's going to go ahead and charge that draw.
He's reaching for some cheese this time, about 2,500. Enough to put Eric, not quite all in, but Eric got the point. He will fold. We'll go to the next one.
Yeah, Eric's worked really hard, too, to get his stack back up. I don't think he just wanted to punt that off. Definitely not to the player who is on fire right now. As
Fire!
Izzy drags
Check.
another pot.
Never.
That's 5 hands in a row.
Is it?
Yeah.
Most ever one was 9.
5 in a row now. Good thing we're not playing that game where you gotta pay.
Maybe the worst I've ever said fire.
Have you watched any of that streaming poker that's been going around where they've got like a bounty type deal where they put money in a bounty pot, and if you win 1 hand or 2 hands in a row, you get like $1,000 and it goes up from there. Izzy would be raking in the dough. He would be raking in the dough as he just won 5 hands in a row.
As that's kind of a prop bet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a fun prop bet.
Yeah, you put the money in this pot before this, the stream or the game starts, and it goes down as the night goes on.
Kind of a little mini good beat jackpot.
Yeah, pretty cool. I think I saw that from Hustler, one of the other streams from California.
All right, he's in this one. Let's see if we can continue the streak here. It's going to be a little more difficult on this one. He has king 3 of spades.
Diamonds come in for the 8-9. VV is back.
Vivi is back, and she has turned a flush. There's $40 in this pot.
Oh, gross.
King of diamonds, a forerunner now for the diamonds. BV's 8-9 of diamonds going to shrink here quite a bit. Jimmy now able to lead out with his jack of diamonds.
Yeah, she's never folding for $30.
Izzy can't believe it. The streak has come to an end.
Sad day for Izzy. Well, that's not a good run out for the 8-9 of diamonds, but we're glad to see VV back.
Yeah, stinker there, but there wasn't much damage in that pot, so that's okay.
Yeah, she's going to give it hell for another 15 to 20 minutes as we wind down this Tuesday night stream. Hope y'all have enjoyed it. I know we have. Been tons of action, tons of all-ins, tons of dealers screaming barrels on stage.
Barrels on stage.
As they've needed to reload players who have gone busto.
That means we need more chips, folks.
Yeah, by no means is this our bigger game as far as size, but the action has been here all night long.
Yeah, and it's fun. The bigger boys have been in town here for the last several Tuesdays, so I was wondering when we might go back to the 2-5 streets and see this crowd. So, yeah, it's good to see different pools getting an opportunity to play here on stream here on Tuesday nights. And this crew, no slouch. It's a fun game to watch for sure.
Absolutely. Great job as always putting together a lineup for Miss Mallory. And getting some alternates to come in too when players go busto.
Yeah, look at that, keeping the game full. Ace 4.
Pretty good flop for both Izzy and Jimmy here.
Izzy will have a steel wheel draw, and Jimmy, of course, with trip aces, rocking a king kicker.
Small pot for now. Let's see what happens on the turn.
Izzy picking up a pair on the turn. Knows that if his opponent does indeed have an ace, that does not help him equity-wise.
Got a couple of wheel outs now with the 5. Jimmy's like, do I have ace king? I do. And I got a club blocker. So I'm going nowhere.
Is he able to lead out here? Still needing a 5 or a club.
And we get a red card on the river.
Red jack. That is neither.
There's enough action. Like, people don't buy into it. So, yeah, it's a good game. I think best 2-5 in the world.
Check for Izzy here.
This room used to have the best.
Yeah, the mesh stack one. I heard.
It used to be.
Yeah, I should have come here a few years ago. I would have seen it.
Izzy has a great poker face.
He does.
That poster child goatee. Stern and stoic look.
Late 90s, Major League Baseball goatee, stoic.
4 1/4 here from Jimmy. Trying to get paid now.
You were playing it? It was you against somebody?
No, I wasn't in the hand. I was just watching.
Okay. Yeah.
Izzy wants to see it. He hit that deuce. That's enough to make the call here. And Jimmy turns over ace, king, trip aces. The goods are there, and Jimmy picks up a nice pot there, 1,600.
He's going to see that later. Be like, I got paid off with that? Or by that? Yes, sir, you did. Hard to hit a pair in this game. A lot of busted draws out there.
Yeah, hard to hit a pair, and just in case that opponent has missed clubs there, Izzy wanted to look him up.
And there we go.
Not Mark, still up heaps, almost 11K.
Yeah, the newest player, Jimmy, now up almost 2K, 1.6.
gotta have 2 guys that ran it up.
Izzy down about almost 9K, but that is a much better number than what I was looking at when I first got in here. So that is a nice little comeback there for Izzy.
Absolutely. He was down 15.5K and just in a matter of 5 hands.
Still got plenty of work to do, but
yeah, he's cut that in half, and that's
very
that's
impressive.
a great feeling when you're stuck.
Right.
Starting to get some of that momentum. Yeah, it was pretty fun, and OnTilt Nick was engaged in the chat with us, you know, watching himself from and kind of talking to some of the other folks in the chat, so loved having that.
Sure, I like jumping in that chat once in a while when I'm not here with you and able to visit with some folks, so yeah, it's a good time in there. We appreciate all the love from the chat, whether we're in it or out here commentating or even on the felt.
That's right.
But if I was on the felt, you guys would be like, you guys would be ragging me hard, I'm sure.
Here's another fun one. Everybody got a little something.
Little pieces everywhere.
John definitely got a little something there.
Open-ended, middle pair, bottom pair, and a top pair.
Yeah. Couple of backdoor diamonds, not impressive.
10 of spades whiff for everybody except for Vivi. Now she has top 2. Picks up a lot of equity here on that turn. She's up to 73% now.
Yeah, a black 3 would be an awful river for her. She's probably not going to see that one coming. Izzy might test his run good here, make this call, open-ender, knowing he's going to get paid off.
Sure, she's bet, what, 325? About half pot here. Needs a 3 or an 8 and finds a black 3.
The black 3.
Izzy now has the nuts.
I mean, are you kidding me? That card really just came out.
Woo!
What a card for Izzy.
So Izzy has rivered a straight here against the top 2 of Vivi.
Yeah,
we'll see how much he goes for.
Yeah, of course she's going all in.
1,000, and Vivi goes all in. Izzy insta-calls with the nuts. 6-4 for Izzy. He's going to pick up a big one. What a lap of the button here for Izzy. Another 4K pot.
Insane. Goodness gracious.
So since he has been in, since he was in the small blind just 1, 2, 3, 4, what, 5, 6 hands ago, he's picked up about 9,000.
Picked up 9,000 of what he was down, and that is going to be it. Looks like for VV, tough couple of hands there. You know, the queens run into ace king, and the 2 pair getting rivered by a black 3. Really, the only card that she's not going to be able to sniff out there. You know, if there were some draws out there, she's just not going to see that 6-4 coming.
Yeah, no, that is not a fun run. Queen's no good, and then just a few hands later, top 2, no good. Definitely not a fun run. But VV, we love you. Thanks for swinging by.
Absolutely.
Look forward to the next one.
Love having ladies on the stream. We need more ladies on the stream.
That's right.
Most of us knucklehead men love to give our money to the ladies, so
yep.
Normally they're taking it down from us, but they got the best of her tonight. But we know she'll be back. See her grinding out there in the tournament streets and on the cash tables. Love you, VV.
Looks like our good friends Coop and Tay-Tay trying to sneak up out of here and leave us here by ourselves.
Shout out to Cooper and Taylor, our production team, doing a kick-ass job on this recording, keeping everything flowing for us.
Yeah, Flo Holde'm mentioning the good old days of TCH Dallas 2-5 match to stacks. Very similar to this game we have here tonight. They are rocking and rolling. And we have made it to hand 107. 4 spades out there. It's battle of Jack of Spades versus 10 of Spades.
Yeah, Izzy is not going to have the best of it for once.
Izzy on the wrong side of this one. OnTilt Eric will pick this one up. Jack of Spades.
Superman jumping in front of that train, slowing him down. Finally, that locomotive finally shut down as Izzy's just been on a late night heater. What a run. Looks like we just got a couple hands left. Thank y'all again for tuning in, and for those chiming in the chat, I want to thank you again. Thank everybody who smashed that like button, and hopefully we added some more subscribers.
That's right. We love our smashers. Make sure you're smashing that like button.
Big hand in the night here for a seed. Ace queen suited on the button. Raise it up. A couple other players with some suited hands going to get after it. As Mo's going to raise it up to 150.
Is he still swinging?
Looking like a samurai.
Is he still swinging? Indeed. He's going to 3-bet here with King 9 off.
And what do you do on the button now if you're a seat?
Seats up heaps here. We're nearing the end. He can smell the end zone. Oh, no, he's not resting. He's firing away.
Just calling, right? Okay. Just making the call. Mo now with the suited ace 5. Now, it says he's got 4,500, but we can see that that's clearly short of 4,500. Looking more like...
Send me home.
1,000, 14, but it's 17-ish.
17-ish.
Looks like 17 is some change, maybe 1,800. Ooh, maybe our rock star dealer here will give us an update.
Suited wheel ace there. The ace 5 is always a great candidate for a 4 or 5 bet jam.
Oh, I didn't hear what he said.
Seat's got a monster hand, though.
13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, we're in the right neighborhood. So now the graphics saying 1855. I'll go with that. A seat doesn't want to mess with it. Now he does let it go.
For sure. Come on. Thank you, Izzy.
That was the GTO move.
Knowing that's one of the last hands of the night, you got a big win locked up. I don't blame a seat.
Yeah.
Facing all that aggression. He's been running pretty clean, and, you know, sometimes at the end of the night, you run into those big ones, and you just kick yourself on the way home. God, I would have had, you know.
For one of those last hands of the night, you're already mad. You just put 450 in there, and you're like, son of a gun, get me out of here.
I gotta go, but I don't know. I gotta go. Bomb pot. Bomb pot. Yeah, of course. Bomb pot, Mo.
Oh, the love in the chat.
The love in the chat.
Yeah, he wasn't going anywhere, though, with that open-ender, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That card was just gross. It's going to be our last hand of the night, folks. Hand number 109. They're going to deal out a PLO flip here. Want to remind everybody, starting on the 29th, we have the even bigger one. Tournament coming up. If I can find it.
Do it.
There it is. Going to put it up here real quick. Reminder, 250K guaranteed. We're going to blow that thing out of the water. It'll probably get to 400,000. probably 60K to 70K up top, $300 buy-in starting on Wednesday. There's 8 different flights, so y'all come out.
Best tournament around right there for $300.
8 players.
So it's not a flip. We've got a double board bomb pot here. Let's go. Phony Turkison saying, WTF, what are we doing with ace queen of clubs folding? I get it, buddy.
Yeah, Mo found a spot to get that one in.
Who do we like here? We got a couple of
Let's
hearts.
see, 3, 4, 5, 6, a little bit of a
full wrap to the wheel there, I saw. Mark's betting 100 with something. He's got a wheel wrap and 2 pair on the bottom.
OnTilt Eric has the only hearts I see, and it's just a 5 and a 3, so he may not even mess with that.
Yeah, Mark's also open-ended with a 3-4 on the bottom, but could already be drawn dead, and he is to the 8-7. So he's looking for some wheel cards up top.
Yeah, really, this flop is kind of missed everybody. There's just some gutters, a little mini wrap on the wheel. Yeah, not a whole lot going on here.
And the Jack-10 of hearts folded?
Is he now open-ended on the bottom with his 10-8?
I want to say the Jack-10 of hearts had a king as well, but I guess not.
That's me. That's me.
Deuce of spades on the bottom, so the flush will get there on the bottom, but nobody holding spades.
Oh, John's holding spades. He's got the nuts.
There it is, pardon me.
Ace-6 of spades. And up top, what do we have up top?
That's me.
Ace.
No 9-10. Do you see a 9-10 out there? No, there's 10-8.
Deuce Jack 8. That ace-7 may actually been in the lead up top for John. This could be a pooper scooper. 3, 4, 5, 6.
It says Izzy's got the top board. I'm trying to figure out how the hell.
10, 8. Maybe he has a 9 in his hand.
8 deuce. He's got 2
8
pairs.
deuce, pardon me. There it is.
We were looking for the shitter. There it is.
I felt the same way. I was convinced I was missing 2 raggedy pairs somewhere.
Yeah, he's going to have to let it go. And so is Mark. You did have a beautiful hand, Mark, and it just got crapped on.
It's kind of pretty.
Nice takedown there for John. There we go.
So, yeah, John, finally, after all that, he finds a scooper.
And that's going to finish our night, folks. I'm going to throw up this one more time. Remind everybody that on the 29th, Wednesday the 29th, we will have the even bigger one. So a week from tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. is the first flight, 5 p.m. the second flight. 2 flights a day. May 29th is the beginning. Day 2 will be played on Sunday. 10% are going to make the money. 10% go to day 2. So we've changed it up a little bit. And Monday night, they are going to stream a final table starting at 7 p.m. Looking forward to that. So
now some of our players get a holiday weekend off next week.
Yep.
But you and I, not so much. We will be here.
We will be here. I'm probably going to fire in that sucker and hope to make it to day 2. But this time, make it with a bunch of chips.
There you go. Stack some chips.
Yeah, I don't want 5 big blinds or 8 big blinds like I had last time. We're going to try to make it to day 2 and make a run for that big 60 to 70K prize up top. So thank you guys again for joining us.